Chapter 246. Tiger Riders attack. I don't want to get involved. Although I also want to shoot down the sun, our methods are different, and our paths are different. Qin Feng quickly waved his hand. What kind of joke was this? If he were to fight to the death with the royal family here, sooner or later, he would fall into a trap. What he wanted to destroy was not only the royal family, but also the inhumane slavery system that shrouded the entire primitive land. Sigh. What a bummer. Jing Wui looked at Qin Feng and said, "You killed the seventh prince with us. This enmity is irreconcilable. Will the imperial family let you go?" Qin Feng shrugged. Who would know that we did it? The seventh prince is a spirit-detecting expert. They'll definitely suspect Saint Ryuin or some other expert. There's no way they'll suspect me. After saying that, he quickly warned, "Don't drag me down with you. It's just a coincidence that we're working together. We're not on the same side." He didn't want to fight to the death with these two lunatics. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the Saint Ruin and softly muttered to himself, "Soon, the heavenly road will open and I should leave. I don't want to be hunted down here." Jing Wui pursed his lips. Although he was a little disappointed that Qin Feng did not join, he would not force him to join. Everyone had their own choices. Since that's the case, let's part ways here. As Tan Xian spoke, he looked at Qin Feng, paused for a moment, and said in a low voice, "Our paths are different, but the 3,000 paths of the Great Tao all lead to the same destination. Our ultimate goal is still the same. I hope you can successfully ascend the path of heaven and plead for the people of the world. I will do my best." Qin Feng cupped his fists solemnly. "Goodbye. Haha. It's time for me to carry out the next step of my plan. I'm going to King harm a few princesses in Fanta or something." Qin Feng's mouth twitched as he watched the two of them leave. In the end, he didn't say anything. He wanted them to not lay their hands on the ninth princess, but on second thought, what right did he have to make such a request? Both of them were burdened with a blood feud, and the enemy was the royal family. He had no right to ask them to be lenient on the road to revenge because of their personal relationship. This was the sad part of their relationship. He was a slave who went against the royal family, while she and her family were the targets of all the slaves who were still struggling in the sea of bitterness. Xinyuan Owl was right. He should not continue to be entangled with her. Otherwise, it would not be good for either of them. Of course, Qin Feng did not think that they had the ability to harm the ninth princess. If it was that easy, the royal family would not live up to its name. "Goodbye. I hope we can meet again." He sighed and turned to leave. However, not long after he left, Tan Xian and Jing Wui quickly returned. The latter shouted, "Hey you, what are you doing?" Qin Feng did not have time to react. An extremely terrifying aura quickly closed in on him. He quickly turned around and saw Tan Xian and Jing Wui rushing over. Behind them, several figures appeared, and a terrifying aura emanated from them. Tiger Knight, 3 white rank wolf rider. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. He did not expect there to be such pursuers. The weakest of the purple wolf knight was at the bone strengthening realm. As for the white rank wolf rider, needless to say, it was at least at the spirit detecting realm. The most terrifying thing was that there was a tiger knight riding a black tiger at the front. That aura was so terrifying that it was probably at the heaven realm. A tiger knight was even more terrifying than a wolf rider. From a certain point of view, a tiger knight was transferred from a white rank wolf rider. Only the top white rank wolf rider had the qualifications to be promoted to a tiger knight. Moreover, before becoming a tiger knight, each person had to single-handedly tame a tiger-shaped spirit beast at the peak of the late stage of the 4th rank. Each of them had the strength to kill a spirit beast at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Therefore, whether it was individual combat ability or overall strength, a tiger knight could be considered the most elite soldiers in the imperial capital. They were the true powerhouses. Of course, this type of soldier could no longer be considered a type of soldier. Normally, they would not go to the battlefield. They would stay in the imperial capital to protect some important people. For example, the 7th uncle by the 9th princess side. If it was not for the fact that the 9th princess wanted to train herself and did not allow him to follow her, he probably would not have had the chance to meet the ninth princess. A tiger knight and 3 white rank wolf rider. If they really faced them head-on, their opponents would be able to crush them in one go. Qin Feng did not even think about it. He immediately retreated to the edge of the heavenly forest's deserting swamp, intending to charge in. At this moment, Tan Xian and Jing Wui had also arrived. They could enter at any time. They had no way to resist the strength of this group of people, so they could only enter the heavenly forest's deserting swamp. Who are you two? If you have nothing to do, then scram. The Tiger Knight coldly looked at Tan Xian and Jing Wui, then cast his gaze on Qin Feng. I only want this person. Io, big brother, you should have said so earlier. You scared us for nothing. When Jing Wui heard this, a wretched smile appeared on his face. Big brothers, don't worry. We have nothing to do with this Saint Ryuin person. Qin Feng's face immediately darkened. Damn it, they had just joined hands to kill the 7th prince. How could they not recognize him? However, since he had said so, he did not intend to expose them. After all, they were no match for the other party. Rather than the 3 of them being forced into the heavenly forest deserting swamp, he would rather go alone. You are not Saint Ryuin people, but you have such talent. You can enter the imperial capital and achieve great things. I can recommend you. The imperial capital has always cherished talents, the Tiger Knight said. That's great. Jing Wui shouted happily. His peach blossom eyes narrowed into slits. He excitedly said, I have long wanted to enter the imperial capital and contribute my meager strength. Now that I have Sir's recommendation, it is truly a blessing from the heavens. The Tiger Knight slightly nodded. Just as he was about to let the two leave, his eyes filled with suspicion. What's going on? Why do I sense the aura of someone from the imperial capital? Hearing this, Qin Feng, Tan Xian, and Jing Wui's faces twitched. The 7th prince had just died not long ago, so it was easy for someone as strong as the Tiger Knight to sense his aura. Although they were not sure of his identity, they should be able to sense the aura of someone from the imperial capital. It is indeed the aura of an expert from the imperial capital, a white rank wolf rider said. Speak. Why do I sense the aura of an expert from the imperial capital? Has someone been here before? The Tiger Knight's eyes emitted a cold light as he stared at Qin Feng and the other two. We don't know either. Jing Wui braced himself to explain. In the end, he could not make up any more lies. He shouted, It was that person who wanted to kill me. I took care of him while I was at it. What can you do about it? Tiger Knight and the others were stunned by his sudden change in attitude. He was like a shrew cursing on the streets. You killed someone from the imperial capital. You deserve to die. The Tiger Knight panted heavily as he coldly stared at the 3. So what if I killed him? Jing Wui stuck out his chest and shouted, Not only did I want to kill him, but I also want to harm the imperial capital. You even want to go to the palace to harm your princess. Princess, what can you do to me? If you have the ability, come in and kill me. Chapter 247. Entering the heavenly forest, dead swamp. There's a lot of poisonous gas in the swamp. Not to mention minor heaven realm experts. Even 9th level heaven realm experts can die if they're careless. How dare you enter with your strength? Tiger Knight shouted coldly. F*CK, your grandpa. Your grandpa dares to go in. If you have the guts, come in as well. Yours truly will fight you all to the death inside. Jing Wui rushed into the fog without stopping. Tiger Knight and the others were so angry that their chests were about to explode. Let's go in as well. Qin Feng and Tan Xian looked at each other and rushed into the heavenly forest death swamp without hesitation. The Tiger Knight's eyes were gloomy as he watched the 3 disappear in front of him. Wait for me outside and prevent them from escaping. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and charged in as well. In the swamp, there was thick fog everywhere and visibility was very low. From time to time, there would be ripples in the water below. Obviously, there were high-grade retail stores in those places. Qin Feng and the other 2 were very cautious when they entered this place. None of them dared to land on the ground. They slowed down and scanned their surroundings with sharp eyes. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and golden light filled the air. The tiger knight attacked. Golden light tore through the thick fog and rushed over. Qin Feng and the other two quickly dodged. They didn't want to face him head-on. If they really couldn't dodge, then they would join forces to face him head-on. Here, the tiger knight was very restrained. He didn't dare to use too much force, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Otherwise, how could Qin Feng and the others block his attack? The Heavenly Forest Deserting Swamp was a forbidden zone for humans. It was no weaker than the Nine Spirits mountain range. No matter how confident he was still wary of this place. Qin Feng punched the water below, instantly causing a large wave to splash. After throwing out a punch, he quickly ran away without looking back. Whoosh! Whoosh! The water below was impacted and violently tumbled. One after another, small black snakes burst forth and enveloped the tiger knights that had entered this area. Bastards, I'll definitely kill you. The tiger knight naturally saw Qin Feng's actions and immediately roared in exasperation. Countless small black snakes shot out from below like arrows emitting a sharp aura. The tiger knight looked coldly at Qin Feng and the other two who had disappeared into the distance. He let out a low roar, and his powerful spiritual energy turned into a large bell, blocking the small black snakes. While resisting the attacks of the black snakes, the bell was also operating, crushing all the small snakes. He sped across the swamp. However, after he broke through the black snake's encirclement, he had completely lost track of Qin Feng and the other two. The little black snake's attack power couldn't cause him any harm, but they had the advantage of numbers, slowing down his speed. Oomph! Those who have been targeted by me, even if you have 10 lives, it's useless. With a cold snort, the tiger knight flipped his palm and a Longan-sized crystal ball flashed out. He held the crystal ball and moved it in several directions. Only in the east, the crystal ball shone the brightest. He actually circled behind me. The tiger knight was slightly stunned, but he immediately reacted and sneered. What good plan. But do you think you can escape like this? There are people waiting for you outside. He didn't rush back. He wanted to let them get out of the Heavenly Forest Deserting Swamp and then cut off their escape route. At that time, it would be easy to torture them. These three can't be left alive. He had never taken the strength of Qin Feng and the other two seriously and didn't see them as a threat. However, this kind of scheming made him tremble in fear. They lured him in. When he thought that they wanted to use the dangerous environment of the Heavenly Forest Deserting Swamp to force him to retreat, they left first. He had always thought that Qin Feng was forced into a desperate situation by him and had to take the risk to break in. If it weren't for the guidance of the crystal ball, he might have continued to search inside. Being able to maintain a calm and collected state of mind after being forced into a desperate situation, this kind of person was the most terrifying. Perhaps even the Tiger Knight himself wouldn't have thought of such a strategy under such circumstances. We shouldn't be too far away from the outside now. Landing on a relatively dry and hard ground, Qin Feng looked ahead. But there are still 3 white rank wolf rider outside. We can't get out at all, Tan Xian said in a deep voice. After they left the Tiger Knight's site, they took a detour and returned. However, they didn't rush out immediately. Instead, they waited. The other 3 white rank wolf rider couldn't hold back anymore. However, after waiting for a while, they didn't seem to have any intention of coming in. I think we should make some noise and lure them in, Jing Wui said. The 3 of them discussed for a while and kept making noise at the edge of the swamp. However, the 3 white rank wolf rider didn't move. They didn't even show any signs of going forward to check. They have iron discipline. The Tiger Knight must have ordered them to stay here, afraid that we will return, Tan Xian said. The 3 of them looked a little gloomy. If that was the case, they could only go deeper into the Heavenly Forest Deserting Swamp. However, just as they were about to leave, a golden beam of light suddenly attacked from the side. The appearance of the beam of light was too sudden. When Qin Feng and the other 2 reacted, the attack had already arrived in front of them. The 3 of their faces suddenly changed. They raised their fists and punched. Powerful spiritual energy erupted like a volcano, surging violently. During the collision, visible air waves swept out. Even the surrounding poisonous gas was forcibly dispersed. Bang! The Tiger Knight's attack was very lethal. In a hurry, Qin Feng and the other two were blown away, coughing up blood from the corner of their mouths. After tumbling a few times in the air, Qin Feng barely managed to stabilize himself. He summoned his light wings to avoid falling into the swamp below. At the same time, the light wings curled, dragging Tan Xian and Jing Wui. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. How did the Tiger Knight know that they had returned? In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they hadn't gone out, the Tiger Knight wouldn't have attacked so quickly. He was also helpless. He didn't dare to use his full strength here. He wanted to wait for Qin Feng and the other two to go out before making a move. However, the three of them had been here for a long time and didn't move. He couldn't wait any longer and had no choice but to attack. Are you surprised? Looking at Qin Feng's expression, the Tiger Knight sneered. The royal family's methods are not something you lowly slaves can imagine. Qin Feng and the other two's faces were ugly. They had underestimated the royal family's methods. The other party must have a tracking magic treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible to determine their location in such a short time. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks are useless. The Tiger Knight didn't talk nonsense and charged forward. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. After a moment, a fierce light flashed. In that case, let's see who's more afraid of death. He turned around and ran with the other two, rushing deeper into the swamp. At first, he had wanted to trick them into coming in, and then the three of them would sneak out. After all, the Heavenly Forest deserting swamp was known as a forbidden zone for human life. He didn't doubt the degree of danger inside, but now it seemed that this plan had lost its effect. In this case, they could only fight with their lives on the line. Qin Feng ran wildly all the way, attacking from time to time to attract the spirit beasts here. This time, the three of them didn't hide. They were even very arrogant. It seemed that they wouldn't stop until they made a big scene. The Tiger Knight's eyes were gloomy. He followed closely behind and kept attacking. He was also angry. Wasn't it just a competition of courage? Chapter 248. Tower of Darkness. Several figures, one in front and one behind, flew into the depths of the fog. Along the way, the roars of beasts could be heard continuously. Many spirit beasts were lured out and attacked them. However, their levels were too low, so they couldn't obstruct them. Gradually, Qin Feng and the other two's faces turned ugly. In the swamp, many places were filled with poisonous gas and poisonous insects. They passed through two areas with poisonous gas, and the poisonous gas invaded their bodies, corroding his flesh and blood. Although the poisonous gas could be suppressed, the deeper one went, the more powerful the poisonous gas became. At that time, they would probably be poisoned to death even without the Tiger Knights making a move. You can't hold on any longer. Seeing Qin Feng slow down, the Tiger Knight sneered. He had the poison prevention pill and the poison release armor, so he could ignore the poisonous gas for a short period of time. Qin Feng did not pay attention to him. He endured the gradually increasing dizziness in his mind and ran all the way. The Tiger Knight followed closely behind, launching attacks from time to time, causing Qin Feng and the others to stagger and roll. He suppressed his power, not daring to make too much noise. Furthermore, in his view, there was no longer any need for him to make a move. After inhaling so much poison, without an antidote, the other party would surely die. In fact, this was indeed the case. Qin Feng's lips were now black, and his eyes were red. Even the surface of his body was surrounded by black qi, which was the poisonous gas seeping out from his pores. His body was filled with poisonous gas, and it was continuously corroding his flesh. Qin Feng could feel that the power in his body was constantly fading away. Damn it, my power of purification cannot work on 3 people at the same time. Tan Xian cursed in a low voice. Don't care about him. It's better to be poisoned to death than to be captured by them, Jing Wui said. At this moment, his eyes were scarlet. He had been badly corroded by the poisonous gas. By the way, Can 100 tribulations, heaven-devouring, art devour poison gas? Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly activated his devouring power and devoured all the poison in his body. In an instant, he felt refreshed, and the poisonous gas in his body was quickly reduced. It works! Qin Feng was overjoyed, and he sped up the devouring power. The devouring power could devour poison gas, extract a small amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, and inject it into the sea, while the other toxins will be directly expelled from the body. With the devouring power of heaven-devouring art, the poison in Qin Feng's body, see devouring art. At the same time, the heaven-devouring power, the heaven-devouring art, and Jing Wui, the poison's heaven-devouring art. Oh my God, you even dare to inhale poisonous gas. Jing Wui looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. Tan Xian's face was also filled with astonishment. God, and God, world, God, heaven, God, and in. Qi. Soon, the three of them regained their composure, and their speed increased explosively. When the Tiger Knight saw this scene, his face couldn't help but become gloomy. If this stalemate continues, I'm afraid that even if I have more tricks up my sleeve, I'll still be in danger. The Tiger Knight's gaze twinkled. In the next second, his eyes suddenly froze, and his hands swiftly formed seals. The problem of the poisonous gas was solved. However, before Qin Feng and the other two could relax, their expressions suddenly changed. An indescribable sense of danger enveloped them. Golden beams of light shot down from above in an earth-shattering manner. At this moment, Qin Feng and the other two felt as if they were stuck in a swamp, unable to move. He raised his head slightly, and his pupils violently shrank. This is Emperor Pagoda. Above, golden light raged. Vaguely, a huge golden pagoda appeared, exuding boundless power. These fluctuations contained boundless power. As they descended, it was as if they were going to suppress all evil. The skin of Qin Feng and the other two tensed up as a faint stabbing pain continuously eroded their tense nerves. At this moment, even with his tenacious nature, he couldn't help but feel a trace of despair. It wasn't that they weren't strong, but that the royal family's foundation was too terrifying. A Tiger Knight actually had a treasure that was regarded as the greatest treasure of a major force. How could they fight against him? The Emperor Pagoda was one of the royal family's 4 great treasures. Its power wasn't weaker than the Saint-Triuin's demon subduing Pestle, Sky swallowing Gourd, and Purple Copper Palace. If a spirit-detecting realm expert controlled it, it could even contend with a small heaven realm expert. Golden light raged as the Emperor Pagoda slowly suppressed them. Under the Emperor Pagoda, Qin Feng's eyes turned red. He desperately circulated the 100 calamity sky, swallowing art. His spiritual energy and physical strength continued to converge, but he still couldn't break through the Emperor Pagoda shackles. This level of treasure was too terrifying. It wasn't something he could contend with his strength. This isn't the real Emperor Pagoda, but it's not much different. Damn it, their imitation ability is so strong. Jing Wui gritted his teeth and said, "It said that the 4 great treasures were all copied. I heard that the old ancestor refined them personally. It's extremely terrifying." Tan Xian said. At this moment, even he was a little desperate. Even if they added up all the treasures they had, they still wouldn't be able to use it. The key was that almost all the treasures were controlled by a small heaven realm expert. Its power was even more terrifying. Even a small heaven realm expert would have to spend a lot of effort to copy it, let alone them. Damn it, isn't he just a Tiger Knight? How could he bring out a unique imitation? He appeared nearby. He should be with the 7th prince or one of the other princes. It should be given to him by one of the princes, Qin Feng said with difficulty. Damn it, we can't hold on much longer. Looking at Qin Feng and the other two who were still struggling, the Tiger Knight had a mocking smile on his face. The imitation Emperor Pagoda was not something that could be casually taken out by the royal family. If he wasn't working for the 7th prince to capture Qin Feng, he wouldn't have the right to use it. Did the seventh prince not notice these 3 slaves? Thinking of the Emperor Pagoda, he couldn't help but think of the seventh prince. Could it be that the remnant fluctuations from the royal family's expert? Impossible? He quickly dispelled this unrealistic thought. The seventh prince was already a spirit-detecting expert and had countless treasures on him. The strongest of the 3 was only half a step into the spirit-detecting realm, so they couldn't threaten the seventh prince. It should be one of the seventh prince's attendants. With his strength, not to mention the same level, even if it was a small heaven realm expert, he was confident that he could suppress them. He couldn't think of how Qin Feng and the other 2 could escape from his hands. And the truth was indeed so. No matter how Qin Feng and the other 2 resisted, they couldn't move and were constantly suppressed. However, just as the fake Emperor Pagoda was about to suppress them, the pagoda suddenly trembled violently. The strands of golden light that hung down also quietly began to break. What's going on? At this moment, the Tiger Knight's smile froze. Immediately after, his expression suddenly changed. He reflexively put away the fake Emperor Pagoda and looked around blankly. Qin Feng and the other 2 were also at a loss. They didn't understand what was going on. Heaven and earth were silent, and only the poisonous fog drifted slowly with the wind. Buzz. Suddenly, there seemed to be a slight sound. The 4 of them were like birds startled by the twang of a bough as they looked around. Qin Feng frowned. An indescribable feeling slowly settled in his heart. This feeling made him look even more confused. The 4 of them quickly looked around, and at a certain moment, their gazes all gathered in one direction. Hiss! In the next moment, the pupils of the 4 of them shrank fiercely. In the place where their gazes gathered, an incomparably huge black shadow slowly appeared in the dense fog. Dark Evil Pagoda. Chapter 249. The whole country is shaken. An incomparably huge black tower appeared in the mist, quietly standing there with an ancient and desolate aura that caused one's mind to be suppressed. The giant pagoda's color was pitch black, but it was a bit dim. There were traces of time left behind, making it difficult to describe just how big it was. The giant pagoda was indescribably ancient. Its body was covered with mysterious runes, as if it had transcended time and space and existed eternally. Those lines were scarlet red in color. Upon closer inspection, one could actually feel that the lines were squirming, as if blood was slowly flowing. Qin Feng gazed at the incomparably ancient pagoda. The ancient pressure he felt from it was actually so dense. It was also at this moment that his eyes began to flicker. That strange feeling once again surfaced in his heart. He couldn't describe this feeling, but it didn't have the same piercing sense of danger. But it was also like a needle hidden in cotton, and blood could be seen when touched. Why is the Dark Tower giving me such a feeling? Qin Feng's heart stirred as he mumbled to himself. He looked at Tan Xian and Jing Wui, and the latter 2 also looked over. Soon after, all 3 of their gazes focused slightly. The moment they looked at each other, they all understood. They all had the same feeling. He had heard some legends about the Dark Tower before. It was said that it would appear in the Heavenly Forest's dead swamp. No one knew its origin, and no one dared to pursue the matter because there had been extremely powerful people who had come into contact with it in the past. However, none of them came back alive. It symbolized darkness, evil, and death. There were even rumors in the outside world that the Dark Evil Tower was guarding the passage between the human world and the underworld. It was the Grim Reaper that harvested lives. Dark Evil Tower. The Tiger Knight's voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. As a member of the imperial family, he had a better understanding of the Tower of Death. Not only did this thing symbolize death and bring about misfortune, it was also the natural enemy of the people in the imperial capital. A peerless expert in the city had once said that the people of the imperial capital were not allowed to go near the Dark Evil Tower. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. He decisively retreated far away from this place. Qin Feng and the other 2 ignored the Tiger Knight and stared blankly at the giant tower. Perhaps due to his instincts, Qin Feng took a step forward and walked towards the Dark Tower. As they got closer, the ancient aura became even more intense. A terrifying oppressive might slowly descended upon them. Qin Feng resisted the pressure, and his body was slightly deformed from the pressure. Blood seeped out of his pores. There were a few times when he wanted to retreat, but for some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the Dark Tower. It was this sense of intimacy that allowed him to slowly walk forward without stopping even when he was facing death. Jing Wui and Tan Xian also followed. They shared the same sentiments as Qin Feng. The Tiger Knight's eyes flickered as he watched this scene. Idiots! He snorted coldly, thinking that these three people were courting death. Creak! At the bottom of the tower, a small door slowly opened. Behind the door, it was pitch black. It was like a passage to the underworld, making one's skin crawl. Qin Feng and the other two braced themselves and walked in. Bang! After they walked in, the door suddenly closed. The Tiger Knight was stunned at this scene. Then, his eyes flickered even more. As a Tiger Knight, he had experienced countless killings. He had truly been baptized by fire and iron. He was a bold but careful person. He also knew that the more dangerous a place was, the more opportunities there were. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased Qin Feng and the other two to this place. Now that Qin Feng and the other two had successfully entered, his fear of the Dark Tower was lessened. He slowly approached the Dark Tower. Buzz! Suddenly, all the hair on his body stood on end. An indescribably terrifying aura spread out from the Dark Tower. Magic treasures flew out from his body and exploded in the air to slow down the spread of the aura. The Tiger Knight quickly retreated. This time, he flew more than 1,000 meters away. Why can it go in? It's King Evil. The Tiger Knight frowned as he looked at the Dark Tower with lingering fear. In the end, he still retreated. His intuition told him that even if he was 1,000 meters away, it was still extremely dangerous. I'll wait outside. It's fine if you die in there, but if you come out alive, humph. On this day, a purple gold light streaked across the sky of the imperial capital, bringing with it a tragic aura. What's going on? What's that? In the city, countless people raised their heads in shock and looked at the purple gold light streaking across the sky. There seems to be a person lying in the light, covered in blood. Is he dead? Some people who saw it said, "Why do I feel that person is a little familiar? Oh my God, that looks like the seventh prince." It was unknown who shouted. Immediately, the entire city fell silent. Countless people were shocked. The seventh prince was dead. Some important people were also shocked. They looked up at the purple gold light that rushed into the palace and were speechless for a long time. The seventh prince has fallen. The world is about to change, a respected elder said in a heavy tone. Countless people were shocked. Their hearts trembled, and they were speechless. A prince had died. This was a shocking matter. Who would have the guts to kill a prince? Such a terrifying thing had never happened in ancient times. Not long after the purple gold light entered the palace, there was an earth-shaking roar from inside. Who killed my son? Find out for me. That kind of angry roar, along with a terrifying spiritual energy and extremely cold, killing intent, spread to every corner of the imperial capital. Many people trembled, worried that they would be implicated. The entire imperial capital fell into an oppressive atmosphere. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder rumbled. It was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. That day, army after army rushed out of the city with murderous intent. The entire world was filled with the smell of blood. The sky seemed to be weeping blood, and it was scarlet red. Strong winds swept through the world, bringing with it a strong smell of blood that spread in all directions. On the same day, a piece of news spread out. The entire imperial capital fell into silence. Those armies followed the traces of the seventh prince with a secret method. Everywhere they passed, there was a massacre. In just half a day, at least 3 medium-sized slave residences were massacred. Hundreds of thousands of people were brutally slaughtered. Blood flowed everywhere, and the earth was dyed red. It was a tragedy. Compared to the silence in the city, the tens of millions of slaves outside the city fell into panic. Many places were massacred, and countless people fled in a frenzy, migrating to remote areas. This was a disaster. For the slaves, it was no less than a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. It was the end of the world. Qin Feng, in the sky above the imperial capital, the dragon-slaying, god-slaying saber trembled, revealing an image. In the image, Qin Feng's figure appeared. He raised a stone axe and chopped down at the seventh prince. Everyone in the imperial capital recognized him. It was impossible for him not to be recognized when he suppressed two heavenly kings at the same time. Oh my God, don't tell me that the seventh prince was not killed by an elder, but by Qin Feng. Many people in the imperial capital found it hard to believe. How is this possible? How could Qin Feng kill the seventh prince? As things developed, they already knew some news. The seventh prince's body was brought back by the dragon-slaying, god-slaying saber. That was a powerful weapon. If it were not for its special characteristics, it could be ranked as the fifth most powerful weapon. Many people felt that it was impossible. The seventh prince had a weapon like the dragon-slaying, god-slaying saber. No matter how strong Qin Feng was, he could not be a match for him. Moreover, the dragon-slaying, god-slaying saber specialized in countering his spiritual power. However, the imperial capital's next move convinced them. Chapter 250. A startling confrontation. Is that slave really capable of stopping the dragon, slaying, god-killing saber, and killing the seventh prince? Everyone was shocked. Even the people outside of the imperial capital found it unbelievable that a student from St. Ryuin could kill the seventh prince, who had the dragon-slaying, god-slaying saber, which specialized in restraining spiritual energy. This was simply a fantasy. It's very likely that he colluded with other experts from St. Ryuin to do it, someone speculated. That was the only explanation. The powerful army, the Wolf Rider, and even more powerful Tiger Riders moved out with great momentum towards the St. Ryuin. When the Son of Heaven is enraged, millions of corpses will fall. A bloody massacre will attract the wrath of the heavens. Some of the older elders sighed. Their voices were filled with worry. Thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, the army had stopped and was filled with killing intent. Opposite them, countless figures stood in the air, releasing terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. The experts of the St. Ryuin and the top experts of the other forces had joined forces to fight against the imperial capital. An indescribable, murderous aura filled the air. Imperial capital, are you really going to disregard the ancestral rules and commit a heinous crime of murder? A middle-aged man shouted. Terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations surged around him. The group of armored cavalry was silent and disciplined. They were all motionless like stone statues, but their gazes were somewhat frightening. Each of them revealed a faint, cold light. These were the most elite warriors who had survived from the cruelest of bloody battlefields. At the very front, thousands of red, purple, and white wolf rider were sitting on the backs of giant wolves. Their eyes were filled with hesitation, and cold, sharp arrows were shot out from their eyes. In midair, over 100 black tigers roared as they flapped their wings. On the backs of the black tigers sat a person, and they were like stone statues. He was exuding a monstrous fighting spirit. It actually caused the sky to slightly distort. Below, there were also densely packed steel warriors. They were cold and murderous. None of these people made a sound. They had iron-blooded discipline. Creak! At this moment, a golden chariot slowly walked over in the air. The one pulling the carriage was a powerful flood dragon. Its spiritual power had reached the level of a fifth-order spirit beast, which was equivalent to a small heaven realm powerhouse. A spirit beast that was comparable to a human small heaven realm elite was just a cart puller. This caused the enslaved experts' hearts to sink. It seemed like the other party had sent a big shot this time. Sinful Qin Feng, you killed my brother's son. You should be punished for your crime. St. Ryuin is not a disciple of the sect. Hand over Qin Feng, the dean of St. Ryuin, and all the elders, and commit suicide. Then this matter will be settled. A dignified and indifferent voice slowly came from the carriage. His tone was filled with an unquestionable authority. Qin Feng killed the seventh prince. Just look for him. You can search through the primeval lands. But the people of St. Ryuin have nothing to do with this matter. They shouldn't be implicated, said an elder. The imperial family has followed the system of punishment since ancient times. The indifferent voice sounded again, without any emotion. If we're talking about the ancestral system, you have violated it by massacring so wantonly. Aren't you worried that the incident from thousands of years ago will happen again? Said the elder. The heavenly rules are broken. The person on the chariot seemed to sigh. Then a cold voice sounded. Today, if you don't hand over Qin Feng, we will massacre St. Ryuin and all the other forces. You don't have the consciousness of being a slave. You should be killed. Attack. Following that person's words, the spiritual energy in the area instantly became violent. In an instant, it was as if the whole world was stretched taut. Are you not afraid of the wrath of heaven? The people of St. Ryuin snorted. Kill. However, they were answered by countless powerful attacks. Since you have ignored the ancestral system, we will fight to the death. Kill. Suddenly, the two sides exploded with terrifying energy waves. Before they even exchanged blows, the battle intent was like tangible energy that collided. At the point of contact, the space quietly twisted. Huh, you really dare to slaughter St. Ryuin? However, just as the battle was about to break out, an old laughter came out of nowhere, causing both sides to pause. At the same time, a supreme power seeped out from all directions. The power was so strong that it caused the souls of all the experts here to palpitate. The prince has fallen. There must be an explanation. At this moment, a powerful aura faintly spread out from the imperial capital, protecting the people of the imperial capital. There were extremely powerful figures on both sides. This caused the battle to come to a standstill, and no one dared to attack. The imperial capital will not be threatened. Yes, we will not be threatened. Fight! 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 Tens of thousands of cavalrymen roared. Their high battle intent soared into the sky, causing the dark clouds to be diluted. Royal family, do you really want to start this battle? The ancient existence in St. Ryuin spoke, his tone serious. The dignity of the royal family cannot be offended. There must be an explanation for the death of the prince. The supreme existence in the imperial capital said indifferently, hand over Qin Feng, and the royal family will withdraw their troops. They will not make things difficult for you. Qin Feng has not returned. Whether he has returned or not, we will know once we enter the courtyard. You can investigate other places in the primeval land, but not in St. Ryuin. Then we can only start the battle. The supreme existence said, the royal family will not accept compromise and will not compromise. There must be an explanation for the death of the prince. The St. Ryuin was silent for a long time. Then a sigh was heard. If you only care about Qin Feng, there is no need to start this battle. If you use this as an excuse to cause trouble, the St. Ryuin can only fight. Everyone in St. Ryuin, listen up. Today, we swear to protect the St. Ryuin to the death. Protect the St. Ryuin and fight to the death. Countless people in the St. Ryuin shouted loudly, and their battle intent soared to the highest heavens. The two sides confronted each other, and terrifying destructive energy surged. Before they came into contact, the sky was slightly distorted, and a bitter and bloody murderous aura slowly rippled. Haha, royal family, do you really dare to start the battle? Be careful not to attract something that should not appear. No one can bear it. At this moment, a sinister wind suddenly lingered between heaven and earth. Black gas surged, and a monstrous roar was heard. It was as if there were ghosts screaming and wailing, and it made people feel a chill down their backs. You haven't passed away yet? The supreme existence in the imperial capital said, his tone full of surprise. Then there was silence. The world quieted down for a moment, and neither side acted rashly. Retreat. After a long silence, the person in the carriage finally spat out a word. Whoosh, whoosh. The tens of thousands of troops retreated in unison, and there was no chaos at all. We've won. The Saint Ruin and the enslaved forces cheered loudly, and the gloominess in their hearts was swept away. Being able to make the imperial capital retreat was something that had never happened before. All forces move out. We must bring Qin Feng back before the heavenly road opens. He is the most likely person to succeed in ascending to the heavens in thousands of years, the old man said in a low voice, his eyes flickering. Chapter 251. Tragic past. Qin Feng's mind was in a daze for a while, and the light in front of him gradually brightened. This place looked like a huge palace, and the stone walls around him were engraved with all kinds of images of beasts. It looked extremely ancient. He cautiously scanned his surroundings and found that there was nothing here. It was like an empty hall. Where are they? Qin Feng was shocked. Where were Tan Xian and Jing Wui? They had entered the dark, evil tower together. How could they be gone? After testing, you are of the pure blood lineage. You can accept the test and receive the inheritance. All of a sudden, a mechanical voice rang out. The voice was cold and indifferent. It sounded like a machine without any emotion. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but found nothing. Who are you? Who I am is not important. What is important is that you are of the pure blood lineage. You can accept the test. The mechanical voice sounded again, cold and emotionless. What is the pure blood lineage? Qin Feng frowned. Do you accept the test? If you pass, you can receive the inheritance. The mechanical voice sounded. Sorry, I don't accept. I just want to know where my friends are. Qin Feng shook his head. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He felt that the owner of the voice was tricking him. He only cared about where Tan Xian and Jing Wui were. They are also of the pure blood lineage. Naturally, they're where they should be. The mechanical voice sounded. Do you accept the test? I said, I don't accept. If you want to kill me, then hurry up. If you don't, then let me and my friends go. We just came here by accident to take refuge. This time, there was a long silence before the mechanical voice sounded again. However, this time, Qin Feng was able to hear a trace of indescribable sadness and helplessness. The sea has turned into mulberry fields, and all living things have turned to dust. The pure blood lineage has lost its sense of belonging. What a pity. Fine, I'll let you witness that sorrowful scene. As the voice fell, a fog suddenly rose around them. Buzz, buzz. Reliefs rose from the fog. These reliefs were engraved with many patterns and some old stories. Qin Feng looked at them one by one. These reliefs seemed to be describing a period of time in the past. From the relief carvings in front, one could clearly see that it was a flourishing age where various races coexisted. Resplendent geniuses rose to prominence, towering above the clouds and overlooking the heavens. However, later on, a great battle erupted. There was a tribe that was extremely resplendent, producing several exceptional figures who could overlook the heavens. It was as if they had appeared out of nowhere, sweeping away all enemies and protecting this world. However, an unforeseen event occurred at that moment. After repelling the enemy and entering a peaceful era, many of the peerless figures of that tribe mysteriously disappeared during a certain period of this peaceful era. Then, the tribe was massacred. At this moment, Qin Feng's heart was moved, and he felt a lump in his throat. He saw that there was a great battle between different races. This tribe was ambushed while migrating. Blood dyed this region red, and many people died one after another. This tribe seemed to be extremely glorious back then, but they encountered a great battle and were slaughtered by other tribes. Then, they fell into eternal darkness. Was this something that happened during a certain period of time back then? Qin Feng was greatly moved. As he looked at those scenes, great waves rose and fell within his heart. He clenched his fist from time to time and roared from time to time. He actually couldn't control his emotions. It was because he saw 7 or 8-year-old children fighting bravely, crying blood as they fought. The result was extremely pitiful, being wiped out. The adult men, for the sake of protecting their clansmen's retreat, fell one after another. Blood dyed the skies, tragic and tragic. In the end, even the women, children, and the elderly were fighting. A tribe fought until the end. Even the elderly, women, and children entered the battlefield, yet they were all slaughtered. What kind of bloody and cruel past was this? They were a tribe that contributed greatly. Why were they slaughtered? Qin Feng clenched his fists, roaring with a hoarse voice. There was a wave of resentment within his heart. He really wanted to roar out angrily and rush into that era to participate in that battle. He didn't understand and was incomparably angry. Why would the tribe that contributed the most be slaughtered? They were heroes who contributed greatly, so they shouldn't have this type of ending. Even the elderly, women, and children were killed. Those executioners were too hateful. The final relief carving described the final battlefield. There were exceptional figures fighting a great battle. Someone roared angrily as he was smashed to pieces. Blood dyed the starry sky, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. That was a peerless figure of that tribe who looked down on the heavens. He had contributed greatly to this world, but he ended up in such a miserable state. There was more than one such sorrowful scene. Qin Feng's mind trembled, and his mind uncontrollably rushed into the final relief carving. He appeared in a resplendent starry sky, but it was dyed with blood. Everywhere was filled with sorrow and misery. He saw an expert who reached the heavens leading a group of generals into the depths of the starry sky, but they were still slaughtered. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. That was a spirit master who was unimaginably strong. With a raise of his hand, the starry sky exploded, destroying a group of people who were chasing after him. Boom! Suddenly, the spirit master raised his head and looked in a certain direction. His eyes were filled with deep sorrow. Lord Song has fallen, and Lord Wuqiong has also passed away. They were still young, but they could already look down on the heavens. Unfortunately, they all died in battle. These damned executioners. We wanted to help, but we were powerless. How hateful! Many generals roared. Their eyes were red, and tears flowed down. The great figures they revered fell one after another, passing away just like that. They would have stunned the entire era, but they had ended up in such a state. They had fought in the outer realm to protect this sky. Why were they slaughtered instead? Vast and terrifying ripples spread in other directions. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you in the final battle today. The high-level spirit master had a stooped figure and white hair, but his body was glowing as if he was transforming into a dragon. In the battle, his essence, energy, and spirit were rapidly rising. Endless troops charged out from all directions and surrounded this group of battle generals. The spirit master turned into a 25-year-old man in the blink of an eye. He had a handsome face, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes. With a raise of his hand, the power of heaven and earth gathered. Damn it! How can someone of this level appear in this race? Everyone roared angrily, their hearts trembling. This race was too heaven-defying. Such figures appeared one after another. If they hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, they wouldn't have believed that this race was so powerful. Every movement of the psychic master exuded boundless power. Stars moved, heaven and earth moved, and all of the forces in several directions were wiped out. Boom! A figure who looked down on the heavens made a move. He reached out a large hand and slapped down. The spirit master raised his hand, and the trajectory of heaven and earth changed. The great Tao rumbled, and space-time fragments danced. What's the point of killing yourself like this? Your race will eventually perish. The general trend is unstoppable. The large hand was obliterated, and a cold voice sounded. Haha, even if my race is completely destroyed, you won't be able to walk that path. Your vision determines your achievements. How can you achieve supreme status if you don't have a tolerant heart? Ridiculous, ridiculous. 7 or 8 of his generals had died in battle, but the spirit master was laughing. However, his laughter was filled with sadness and desolation. What did you do when the outer realm invaded? What did you do when the world was destroyed? But after we succeeded, you attacked and massacred us wantonly. You were afraid and couldn't tolerate us. You didn't even spare the old, the young, the women, and the children. You wanted to exterminate our race. Such temperament and tolerance have already determined your future achievements. The spirit master laughed wildly. Tears glistened on his face. His entire body was burning. He wanted to destroy this part of the universe. In the end, nothing would be left. Only his voice, filled with monstrous hatred, echoed in this part of the universe. Don't go too far in everything. Otherwise, when we return in the future, the wrath of heaven will follow. In the end, the scene disappeared, and Qin Feng's mind returned. Tears slowly flowed down his face. Is this how my ancestors were slaughtered? Is this how we were enslaved? He laughed softly. His laughter was filled with indescribable madness and hatred. Chapter 252. Endless killing. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with hatred. How much he wanted to rush up and fight in that starry sky. However, that was something that happened during that period of time. He could only watch helplessly like a passerby. He had a belly full of anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. The bond of blood being thicker than water made him instantly understand that those were his ancestors. Yet they were all cruelly killed. Ha! Descendants of sinners. Ha ha ha. This is the biggest joke in the world. Qin Feng laughed loudly, tears rolling down his cheeks. They were sinners. The blood of sinners flowed in their veins since birth. Their ancestors had committed heinous crimes. Their sins were so great that thousands of generations of descendants were implicated. What the F***CK? Their ancestors were meritorious officials. In order to protect this world, they fought against foreign invaders. In the end, they were killed by those despicable people, and the family members of meritorious officials were kept in captivity like animals. In other words, they were sinners. Even their descendants were branded as the descendants of sinners. Even we ourselves thought that our ancestors had made a mistake and that we were born to be sinners. What a F***king joke. Qin Feng laughed in a low voice. His eyes were filled with intense hatred and raging flames. We are the descendants of meritorious officials, not the descendants of sinners. The glory of our ancestors will be protected by us. The blood and tears of our ancestors will be wiped away by us. The truth will not be buried. One day, it will be revealed to the world. The blood of the pure-blooded lineage has not dissipated. Are you willing to accept the test and receive the inheritance? The mechanical voice sounded again. Unfilial descendant, I am willing to accept. Qin Feng nodded heavily, his eyes red. Just as he finished speaking, the space in front of him suddenly shattered. Dim light gathered, as if forming a small vortex that led to an unknown place. Looking at the dark vortex of light, Qin Feng did not hesitate in the slightest and entered the vortex of light. The darkness in front of him only lasted for an instant. However, in that instant, Qin Feng felt that space and time were distorted. It was as if he had traveled an indescribably great distance in that instant. The darkness quickly disappeared, and when Qin Feng opened his blurry eyes, he couldn't help but tremble violently. What appeared before him was an ancient place. The place was mottled, with an ancient aura surging toward him. What shocked him the most was that a cruel and bloody massacre was taking place at the center of the world. Kill everyone from the Sin bloodline. Leave no one alive. A knight in armor was sitting on top of a huge beast, waving his blade. Cold light flashed as he attacked the old, weak, women, and children who were fleeing for their lives. There will be retribution for killing like this. An elder roared angrily. He had lost an arm, but he was still fighting with all his might. He wanted to give his clansmen more time to escape. Grandpa, don't. Come back. Behind him, a little girl about 3 or 4 years old shouted. There was a 12 or 13-year-old boy beside the little girl. He clenched his fists tightly and didn't say a word. Asan, take them and leave quickly. The old man turned his head and instructed. The resolute expression on his face made one's heart ache. Even an old man with half a foot in the coffin was fighting. This was a disaster for the entire clan. The old man wasn't weak. He killed 3 or 4 people in a row, but in the end, he was beheaded by a knight. His head rolled far away, but his eyes never closed. "Grandpa!" The little girl screamed at the top of her lungs. "Young master, young miss, leave quickly." Sam blocked in front. His chest was pierced by a spear, and he died on the spot. "Sister, let's go." The little boy finally couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up and pounced forward. "Poochie!" The little boy was extremely fast. His figure was like a ghost as he killed a careless executioner. There's actually a high-level innate bastard? Another executioner came. Even though the little boy was heaven-defying, he hadn't really matured yet. His chest was pierced by a spear, and he was lifted into the air. The spear shook, and the little boy exploded. A young life was harvested. He was at the prime of his life, but he was killed in the cradle. The little girl witnessed this scene. Her eyes widened, and her lively gaze became empty. When Qin Feng saw this scene, hatred surged in his heart. Killing intent was about to burst out of his chest. He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill all these executioners. "Ah!" he roared. His body shone, and a chaotic luster flickered crazily. He roared and charged over. On his fist, chaotic luster surged. He punched the executioner's head, directly blasting it apart, saving the little girl who was about to be killed. "Don't be afraid. Big Brother is here." Qin Feng could feel the little girl's fear. "Big Brother, my family is all dead." The little girl cried. There's also a high-level innate bastard. Two executioners charged over. Qin Feng put down the little girl and charged over, blasting one of them with a punch. He could feel that the strength of these people was suppressed to the same level as him. Since this was a test, there was naturally a chance of survival. Without a doubt, these executioners were extremely powerful back then. He was no match for them. Hence, this was a test, a battle of the same level. It's not a high-level innate bastard, but a heaven-defying one. "Everyone, kill this bastard for me." Immediately, all the executioners charged towards Qin Feng. "All right, I'll kill all of you today." Qin Feng laughed. He knew that all of this was fake. No matter how many people he killed, nothing would change. However, he needed to vent his anger. Even if it was fake, he had to use the cruelest killing to vent the anger in his heart. Hundreds of people of the same level joined forces to attack. Without a doubt, Qin Feng suffered unimaginable injuries. When he killed the 100th person, his left arm was chopped off. There was a hideous wound on his back, and a broken spear was stabbed into his shoulder. He was seriously injured. This is a test. If you live, you will obtain a portion of the inheritance. If you die, you die. At this moment, the mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's heart. Qin Feng's heart trembled. He quickly calmed down and did not let his rationality be controlled by killing. As he fought, he quickly circulated the 100 calamity, heaven-devouring art to devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For some reason, the circulation of the 100 calamity, heaven-devouring art was extremely smooth at this moment. When the 200th person's head was blown off, Qin Feng was also at the end of his rope. His calves were broken, and there were 2 bloody holes in his chest. "I'm immortal." Qin Feng dragged his broken body and continued his slaughter. And at this moment, his speed had slowed down. His movements were sluggish, but the experience he gained increased. Every time he attacked, it seemed slow, but it was ingenious and focused on light. He did not attack many times, but every time he attacked, he would reap the life of an executioner. After the 300th person died in his hands, Qin Feng was almost at the end of his rope. His body was covered in blood, and his eyes were blood red. He was too tired. He fell to the ground and could not even circulate the 100 calamity, heaven-devouring art. Every part of his body was losing vitality. This was a sign that his vital signs were weakening. Qin Feng's eyes gradually dimmed. He knew that his lifespan was coming to an end. He had lost a lot of his life essence. He was unwilling. How could he leave like this? He still had a lot of things to do. I can't die yet. Qin Feng roared in his heart. Bits of chaotic light emitted from his body and wrapped him up. Great desolate battle body. His furious roar had an ancient tone to it. Qin Feng stood up with a whoosh. His eyes were like lightning. The chaotic light on his body flickered crazily. His body turned chaotic, and he became invulnerable. Supreme evolution. This child is too heaven-defying. He must not be allowed to live. A group of people attacked Qin Feng. Knives, spears, and spears attacked Qin Feng's body. Clang! The sound of metal rang out. These sharp weapons could not hurt Qin Feng's body at all. They did not even leave a mark. His wounds were healing, and his severed arms were regenerating. Qin Feng's aura was rising at an extremely fast speed. My lineage can't be exterminated. Chapter 253. Spiritual inheritance. Qin Feng's body seemed to have turned into a chaotic color. It was extremely sturdy and invulnerable. His combat strength soared, and he slaughtered the last 100 people. After killing all of them, Qin Feng fell heavily on the ground and laughed loudly. There was venting, unwillingness, and desolation. All kinds of emotions shrouded his heart. The corpses on the ground and the people running away all turned into light spots and disappeared. In this vast, ancient world, only Qin Feng was lying there alone. His eyes were closed as if he was in a deep sleep, but also as if he was meditating. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. In his deep eyes, a chaotic color flashed. The inheritance of the supreme, great desolate battle body. Qin Feng sat up and looked at his hands. With a thought, the chaotic light flickered. Wherever the chaotic light spread, it would solidify and become incomparably hard. Is this the inheritance? Qin Feng whispered. He had never had this kind of power before. But when he entered this battlefield, his emotions surged and his killing intent grew. This kind of power naturally manifested itself. You have passed the test. When a mechanical voice sounded, Qin Feng's vision blurred. Then, he returned to the first floor of the dark evil tower. Is this the inheritance I have received? Qin Feng asked. Not bad. You walked on the most brilliant path of the past, the path that illuminated an entire era. That was the path of the ancestors. The mechanical voice sounded, but now there was a hint of gentleness, no longer cold. Do you want to continue the next test? Usually, after passing the first round, you can choose to withdraw. A small gray pagoda appeared in front of Qin Feng. That mechanical voice was emitted from it. Who are you? Qin Feng stared at the gray tower in front of him and asked. Detector, waiter, guardian. The gray tower shook and said, Is it to test the pure blood lineage, wait for the pure blood lineage, and protect the pure blood lineage? Qin Feng sighed softly. His heart ached. This was a method left behind by his ancestors. Generation after generation, they were waiting for their descendants to uncover the tragic past that had been covered in dust for so many years. Before you have enough strength to protect yourself, don't call yourself a pureblood. Otherwise, even now, you will be hunted down endlessly. The gray tower warned. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, Why were the pure-blooded lineages massacred? What exactly happened back then that caused us to still be enslaved after so many years? What happened back then was far more complicated than what was recorded. If you don't have enough strength, don't uncover that period. Otherwise, a disaster will happen. Now, will you accept the second trial? I'll tell you in advance that this trial is very difficult. If you fail, you'll be lost forever. I accept. Qin Feng's eyes were firm. All right, let's go to the second floor. Hearing this, Qin Feng walked up the stairs and arrived at the second floor. The environment here was almost the same as the first floor. However, in the center, there was a 1-meter square stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a wooden box. The wooden box was simple and mottled. The corners were worn and had traces of time. Open the wooden box and accept your test. A mechanical voice rang out once again. There was no emotion in it. Qin Feng could tell that this should be another detector. He nodded slightly, walked on the stone platform, and opened the wooden box. In an instant, it was as if time had turned back. Qin Feng only felt a force in his mind being forcefully pulled into the wooden box. This situation only lasted for half a breath. When he woke up, he appeared in a white world. This was a deathly silent world. There was no sound. Nothing could be seen. There was no sound. What test is this? Qin Feng looked around cautiously. Suddenly, his expression changed. He felt a powerful and inexplicable force fill the air. Boom! His body directly exploded. This situation caused Qin Feng to be incomparably dumbstruck. He actually exploded without any warning. Am I going to die just like that? When he finished speaking, he strangely found that his consciousness was still there. Under his will, his body actually reassembled. So this is my spiritual body. Qin Feng understood. This situation was similar to the divine power disc. To obtain the spirit path, you need to refine your spiritual body. A faint voice suddenly rang out in this vast white world. Qin Feng did not have time to think about the meaning of these words. His spiritual body exploded again. Refine your spiritual body, spirit path, spirit master. His body reassembled again. Qin Feng immediately understood. This was a spiritual inheritance. In the following time, Qin Feng's body exploded again and reassembled again and again. The cycle went on and on without stopping. The reason why spirit masters were born was mainly because of their spiritual power. Everyone had spiritual power. However, only those who were born with strong spiritual power had a special understanding of heaven and earth and could naturally condense a spiritual body and defeat the guardian of the spirit gate could become a spirit master. It could be said that spiritual power was the key to whether or not one could become a spirit master. However, spiritual power was not completely determined by nature. It could also be trained, such as him. The process Qin Feng was going through now was the best training. Qin Feng was also aware of this. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, he had to persevere. However, he was a little curious. If the examiner could detect his bloodline, why couldn't they detect that he was a spirit master? He did not understand why this test was made. His spiritual body was forcibly exploded by an external force. This was no less painful than his body being exploded. Only those who had experienced it personally could understand the pain and suffering. Every time he exploded, Qin Feng would do his best to reassemble. However, as the number of explosions increased, he gradually felt weak. The speed of his reassembly also gradually slowed down. However, every time he reassembled, the color and energy of his spiritual body became more solid. In this place, the concept of time was very vague. Qin Feng did not know how many times he exploded. His consciousness was already blurred. Only a trace of clarity was being protected, not allowing it to be destroyed. Qin Feng knew that once this last trace of clarity was destroyed, he would completely fall into darkness. At this time, he finally understood the warning of the Dark Tower. If he did not succeed in this test, he would be lost forever. This test was even more terrifying than the God Power Disc. At least in the God Power Disc, he could freely choose an area and retreat if he encountered a threat. However, there was no such thing here. There was only one path to take, and that was to persevere until he succeeded. Time passed by in a hurry. The trace of clarity in Qin Feng's heart gradually expanded. In the end, he completely woke up. Form. With a light shout in his heart, his body reassembled. This time, it did not explode. This was because his spiritual body was almost solid. It was almost like a real person. Qin Feng stared at his hands as he sank into shock. The current him felt that he was completely real, just like a real person with flesh and blood. This feeling was not something the God Power Disc could provide. Moreover, he could feel that every inch of his body, or more accurately, his spiritual body, was surrounded by chaotic light spots. With a slight movement, the chaotic light spots disappeared, and he also disappeared. Chapter 254. The Spiritual Path. Qin Feng was shocked that the spiritual path could hide its owner. He only knew that the spiritual path could cover his entire body and prevent others from probing, but his body was still exposed to the air. But now the spiritual path covered his entire body and completely concealed his body. Wasn't this invisibility? The spiritual inheritance is complete. When a voice sounded, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly opened in the center of the second floor. After a moment of confusion, he immediately sat down cross-legged. After leaving the white world, a huge amount of information was transmitted to his mind. This was a high-level spiritual master's understanding of the spiritual path, most likely reaching the level of a grandmaster or even a great-grandmaster. To him, this was undoubtedly a huge treasure that needed to be digested slowly. After a long time, Qin Feng opened his eyes. Spiritual masters are really a complicated and powerful existence. He let out a soft sigh. He now had a deeper understanding of the spirit master profession. He also deeply understood why there were so few spiritual masters. This kind of person was simply born from the will of heaven and earth, and was favored by heaven and earth. There were very few spiritual masters in the St. Ryuin, and there were not many spiritual masters in the imperial capital. This showed how rare this profession was. After a sigh, he quickly used his spiritual path and slowly covered his entire body. He wanted to see if it could work in the spiritual sea and in the outside world. He watched as his neck slowly disappeared, then his chest, then his calves, feet, and finally his entire body completely disappeared. I can really become invisible. Qin Feng was delighted. This would be his trump card in the future. As long as it was not a spiritual master, he could directly use his spiritual path to cover his entire body and become invisible. Who would be able to discover him? Slightly calming his excitement, he calmed down and began to try to condense a spirit-gathering array. He knew that the origin of the spiritual sigil was a spirit-gathering array. Once the array was engraved into an object, once activated, the spirit-gathering array could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to launch a huge attack. But he also knew that there was no real way to condense a spirit-gathering array, nor was it fixed. This kind of array was very strange. Everyone's understanding was different, and the spirit-gathering array they condensed was different. Of course, most spirit masters couldn't form a spirit-gathering array, just like the St. Ryuin. Ying Yuan wasn't the only heaven-grade spirit master, but he was the only one who could form a spirit-gathering array and carve a spirit rune. It could be seen that not every spirit master could refine a spirit sigil. He couldn't do it in the past, but things were different now. From that experience, Qin Feng also comprehended his own understanding of the spirit-gathering array. The so-called spirit-gathering array was a special spirit whirlpool that was condensed using spirit force. Then, through a strange arrangement, they were connected to each other, thus drawing in the power of heaven and earth to form a powerful force. According to the method, Qin Feng tried to condense a spiritual vortex. Not long after, he condensed a spiritual vortex. It spun in the air, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. So fast, Qin Feng was shocked. He naturally knew that he had only gained a deeper understanding of this industry through his experiences and insights. It was impossible for him to succeed. He was just giving it a try, but he didn't expect it to succeed. It was as if his mental power was instinctively condensed. In the test, the various aspects of the spirit path have been completely imprinted in your spirit body as you continue to forge it. Some spirit arrays, powerful spirit incantations. All these will be unlocked as your understanding deepens. You are of the pure blood lineage. This is also the recognition and approval of your lineage's spiritual masters. They open the door to the spirit Tao for you. Remember, don't let down the blood, sweat, and tears of your ancestors. A small white tower appeared and spoke. Qin Feng understood and nodded deeply. He took out a spirit stone from his Qinquan bag. His forehead glowed, and his mental power wrapped around it, suspending it in front of him. One after another, spirit whirlpools were engraved into the spirit stone. This was how the so-called spirit sigil came about. Of course, for a beginner like him, the quality of the engraved object had to be strong. Spirit masters engraved spirit whirlpools on objects through special positions. When used, they could directly detonate and erupt with a huge force. Of course, the power also depended on the number of spirit whirlpools. The more spirit whirlpools there were, the greater the power. Usually, to create a spirit sigil, One only needed to engrave 10 spirit whirlpools to succeed. Even if it was an ordinary object, once more than 10 spirit whirlpools were engraved to form a spirit gathering formation, it would become extraordinary. Qin Feng engraved spirit whirlpools on the spirit stone. This was a complicated process. Even though he had such an imprint in his mind, he still had experience and comprehension. But in the end, this did not belong to him. To truly create a spirit sigil, the key was still his own comprehension and continuous experimentation. Moreover, engraving spirit whirlpools on objects was not that easy. It required precise control and a degree of control over the spirit whirlpools. Secondly, it was engraving in precise positions. The slightest mistake would result in failure. Qin Feng failed several times in a row before he finally understood the main points. Bang! However, just as he was about to engrave the 10th spirit whirlpool, the spirit stone suddenly exploded. Not bad, although the control of the spirit whirlpool's power is not precise, causing the power to leak and explode the spirit stone. However, to be able to do this after just touching it, it's rare since ancient times. The White Tower gave a very high evaluation. The White Tower shook, and pieces of black iron fell out of the void. "Try it with iron essence," it said. Looking at the black iron the size of a pebble, Qin Feng was speechless. These were all iron essence. Even 1,000 kilograms of iron might not be enough to form a thumb-sized iron essence. And the iron essence here probably weighed half a kilogram each. And there were hundreds of them. Even if he sold them, it would be a huge profit. Qin Feng did not hesitate and put them all into his chinquin bag. He left a piece of iron essence and enveloped it with his spirit power. His spirit power spread out, and after a while, an obscure power spread out from the black iron. However, this fluctuation only lasted for a breath before it disappeared. Success. Qin Feng smiled. He could feel the energy fluctuation contained in the black iron. Once it exploded, even a spirit-detecting expert would be in a difficult situation if they were careless. Moreover, this was under the premise that he did not have precise control over his spirit power. Otherwise, the power would be even greater. It's a pity that I can only set up 15. This was Qin Feng's only regret. With his current level of condensing mental whirlpools, he could only barely set up 15 of them. He couldn't set up more. Moreover, the spirit whirlpools were not solid, so they would not be effective for long. Qin Feng estimated that the spirit whirlpools would dissipate in less than half a day. This was because he was limited by his strength. After all, he had not reached the heaven grade yet. He needed at least a heaven grade spirit master to create a spirit rune to last for a long time. However, his regret did not last long. He could create a spirit rune at the elementary grade. This was enough to shock the world. "Excellent talent," the White Tower said. "I advise you not to continue with the third test. Otherwise, your life will be in danger," it said. "I want to try. If I can't do it, I'll quit," Qin Feng said. In the first test, he received the inheritance of the primeval battle body. In the second test, he received the path of spirit. The inheritances behind every test allowed him to benefit immensely. Qin Feng was very unwilling to give up just like that. "Go to the third level," the White Tower said. Chapter 255. Fight this level was different from the previous two levels. There was an indescribable pressure that suppressed everything. "I'll take the third trial," Qin Feng said. He already knew that every level had a protector, a test, and an inheritance. "Are you sure?" A cold voice rang out. "Yes." Qin Feng nodded. Being able to pass 2 stages in a row means that your talent is extremely good. However, this stage has nothing to do with talent. It will be exceptionally dangerous. The guardian of this level warned. "I know, but I still want to try." "Failure means death. Are you sure you still want to try?" Qin Feng was stunned. After a moment of silence, he finally gritted his teeth and nodded. "I'll go." Throughout history, there have been many outstanding purebloods. However, those who can successfully pass this trial are as rare as phoenix feathers and water chestnuts. The small crimson pagoda appeared inside. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. More than one person has been here, after being enslaved here for tens of thousands of years. You are not the only pure-blooded descendant. Hong Ta paused for a moment before continuing. In this trial, 99% of the people fail, even if they were a prodigy or a peerless talent. In the end, all that is left behind is a pile of dried bones and endless sorrow and loneliness. Qin Feng fell silent. So it turned out that someone from his lineage had also made it here before. They were just like him, filled with anger and hatred. They wanted to rise up from here and seek justice for their ancestors from this world. Since they were willing to step forward wave after wave and disregard life and death, what reason did he have to retreat? I will challenge this stage. Since someone has succeeded, I will be the next. All right. The red tower no longer obstructed him. Space wriggled, and a stone door slowly appeared. Enter the stone door, accept the third trial. Qin Feng nodded. He pushed open the stone door, turned into a beam of light, and was sucked in. When he opened his eyes, he was already in an ancient starry space. Stars dotted the surroundings, beautiful and brilliant. Qin Feng stared at the ancient galaxy in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes focused. In the distance, he saw some shattered bones mixed with blood, traveling through the desolate cosmos. Is this a former challenger? Staring at the shattered bones and fresh blood, Qin Feng felt his heart turning sour. He had a feeling that blood was thicker than water. That was a person who had the same blood as him, but had failed in this trial and was buried here. Suddenly, he sensed something in his heart and swiftly raised his head. After that, his pupils constricted fiercely. Deep within the starry sky, a chaotic glow was emitted as a figure slowly approached with an overwhelming pressure. That kind of aura seemed to be able to crush the universe. He only took slow steps, but the starry sky retreated under his feet. With each step, there was a galaxy. In a few breaths, he walked into this starry sky. This is a peerless character from your bloodline. Defeat him, and you'll be able to pass the test and obtain the inheritance. Hong Ta's voice traveled into Qin Feng's ears, causing his heart to tremble. How could he possibly defeat a peerless figure who looked down on the heavens? Just a single glance from the other party was enough to destroy his body and soul. Don't worry. This is the young form of a peerless character who looks down on the heavens. He's at the same level as you, Hong Ta explained. Hearing this, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. So it was a battle of the same level. To be able to become a peerless character who looks down on the heavens, he must have been a peerless genius when he was young, a character who stunned an era. Which one of these characters doesn't have an invincible aura? They can sweep through all opponents, and it's difficult for them to be defeated in the same level. Hong Ta warned. Qin Feng nodded. He knew this very well. The top character of an era who looked down on the heavens must have gone through a baptism of blood and fire, stepping on thousands of corpses to reach the peak. Every one of them was invincible in the same level. The test begins now. The demon-like figure was emitting a sacred chaotic glow as he slowly walked over. Feeling the endless battle intent erupting from the chaotic figure, Qin Feng's expression became slightly solemn. The young form of a peerless character who looks down on the heavens would be the most difficult hurdle he had ever encountered in the same level. Phew! He took a deep breath, and his expression became solemn. This battle would determine whether he could succeed or not. If he failed, he would die trying. Therefore, this battle was bound to be extremely tragic. Boom! The figure moved and appeared in front of Qin Feng in an instant, throwing a punch. The chaotic light flickered, releasing a terrifying power and an invincible aura. This was a true peerless genius. Qin Feng did not dare to be careless. He gathered all his strength on his fist, and the chaotic light spread. He gathered all the strength in his body and threw a punch. Boom! The two fists collided in the air, and visible energy ripples spread out crazily. Don, don, don. Qin Feng took 3 steps back and barely managed to disperse the terrifying force. At this moment, his expression was extremely solemn. In a battle of the same level, he had never been defeated, and he could even challenge those of a higher level. However, facing this figure of the same level, he was actually at a disadvantage. This was not a battle of strength, but a battle of true strength. Boom! Qin Feng did not hold back. He circulated the spiritual power in his body to the extreme, and his mind power surged out, forming the ferocious tiger array. The two figures engaged in a frenzied battle in this lonely universe. Every punch landed on the flesh, and there were no fancy moves. It was purely a head-on collision. Every time they collided, there would be a dull sound. Boom! After another round of collision, Qin Feng was forced back, and the figure trembled. A tough, fleshly body and perfectly condensed spiritual energy. Qin Feng sighed. From the battle, he could feel the strength of his opponent's physical body, and it was not weaker than his. In fact, it was slightly stronger. Moreover, he had the help of his mind power, but he was still at a disadvantage in the battle. Dragon Tiger Strangle. Qin Feng charged forward, using the Divine Dragon technique and the 10,000 Beast summoning technique at the same time. The dragon and tiger roared and charged forward. However, what shocked him was that his opponent also used the Dragon Tiger Strangle, and the dragon and tiger shadows were more solid and powerful than his. Moreover, he could feel that his opponent also used the Divine Dragon technique and the 10,000 Beast summoning technique. What was going on? Could it be that these two techniques were passed down by his ancestors from back then? Boom! The dragon and tiger roared, and the two dragons and tigers confronted each other in midair, devouring each other. Qin Feng was forced back by the aftershock, and his expression was slightly ugly. A pair of light wings spread out from his back, and Qin Feng's speed increased dramatically as he charged forward. Screech! At the same time, a pair of light wings appeared on his opponent's back, and their color was darker. The two of them fought again, and all kinds of beast shadows roared and collided heavily, shaking the void. Tyrant Dragon Claw. Qin Feng stretched out his hand, and a huge dragon claw stretched out, grabbing at his opponent with a ferocious force. Buzz! The figure formed a seal with both hands, and the black tortoise appeared above his head. Boom! The dragon claw grabbed the black tortoise's shell, but did not break through. Chi! His opponent stretched out his hand, and an even bigger dragon claw came at him. Boom! When the dragon claw dissipated, the black tortoise's defense that Qin Feng summoned was also shattered. He was sent flying by the shockwave. Moo! With a swoosh, that figure appeared above Qin Feng. A gigantic beast leg stomped through the air, wanting to envelop Qin Feng. Chapter 256. Regain one's faith. Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless when he felt the beast's foot, which was as heavy as a mountain. He immediately activated his primitive war body. The light of chaos spread all over his body. He punched out and shattered the beast's foot. Whoosh! After activating the great desolate battle body, Qin Feng was immune to any attacks below the spirit detecting realm. He charged towards that figure. The light of primal chaos flickered continuously, releasing its might. However, at this moment, his opponent was also using the primitive battle body to fight Qin Feng head-on. Two streaks of chaotic light constantly collided in the cold and desolate universe. They were like meteors colliding, erupting with terrifying ripples of energy. In just a short minute, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows and were evenly matched. A minute later, the light of chaos on their bodies faded at the same time. Although the primitive battle body was powerful, there was a time limit for them to activate it. It was only 1 minute. In this regard, Qin Feng was not inferior to his opponent. However, they were only equal in this aspect. In other aspects, Qin Feng was weaker than his opponent. The other party's mastery of the Divine Dragon art and myriad beast summoning art was far deeper than his. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Next, boundless water and fire energy gushed over. Flames towered up into the sky, exuding an unstoppable might. On the other side, waves rolled like a vast ocean, surging violently. Qin Feng used the water god technique and the fire god technique, but what shocked him was that his opponent also used the 5 elements technique. Earthen yellow energy surged like an earthen mountain pressing down. On the other side, golden light surged and the power of metal vibrated. Earth divine art, metal divine art. Qin Feng's heart trembled. He never would have thought that the other party had also cultivated the five elements arts, and two of them at that. That's not right. Suddenly, his expression froze. Behind the figure, light green energy flowed. As it surged, there seemed to be the sound of branches rustling. An endless aura spread out. Divine wood formula. Qin Feng was shaken. His opponent had actually mastered 3 types of 5 elements divine arts. How was he supposed to fight him? His 5 elements art couldn't gain any advantage either. However, he had no way out. He could only bite the bullet and fight on. Whoosh, whoosh. Under his control, the power of fire and the power of water whizzed toward the figure. The other party controlled the power of metal, earth, and wood to charge over. The water that filled the sky was agitated as it rushed towards that figure. Russell. The other party used the power of wood to meet the attack head-on. In the water flow, the trees grew madly, giving birth to even more power of wood. On the other side, a layer of earth covered the sky and blended with the flames. The layer of earth grew larger and larger. What happened? Qin Feng was shocked. His opponent's power of wood and earth seemed to have grown stronger after encountering his power of water and fire. What was going on? Qin Feng stared intently, and at a certain moment his eyes narrowed. The increase in the power of wood seemed to have occurred after the absorption of his power of water. Similarly, the increase in the power of earth was due to the absorption of his power of fire. 5 elements engender one another. Water engenders wood. Fire engenders earth. I understand now. What a profound battle. Qin Feng secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The 5 elements engendering and restraining each other could actually be used in this aspect. Since you're using engendering to increase your power, I'll use restraining to weaken you. Rumble. He manipulated the power of fire, drawing it out from the layer of earth and wrapping it around the other party's power of metal, burning it with fire. The nature of heaven and earth. Essence triumphed over firmness. Thus fire triumphed over metal. Soon, the power of metal weakened rapidly. Of course, this was because both sides' usage of the 5 elements art was similar. Otherwise, Qin Feng's fire wouldn't have been able to defeat his opponent's metal. When he manipulated the power of water, the other party also noticed it. The layer of earth pressed down, falling into the power of water. In an instant, the earth and water mixed, increasing the gravity. Qin Feng found it hard to control. Reality triumphs over illusion. Earth triumphs over water, damn it. Qin Feng cursed inwardly. The other party's power of earth just happened to restrain his power of water. I'll fight it out with you. Qin Feng's power of fire wrapped around the other party's power of metal and rushed into the power of wood. In an instant, the rows of towering trees were set ablaze. The power of fire grew rapidly, further increasing the suppression of the power of metal. Wood engendered fire. When encountering the power of wood, the power of fire would be able to maximize its power. However, the other party was obviously a battle veteran. Almost instantly, he manipulated the cement into the raging fire. At this moment, the power of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the 5 elemental forces were fully unleashed. The 5 elements both engendered and restrained each other. They coexisted and merged with each other, yet they also devoured and repelled each other. In the lonely starry sky, the 5 elements of gold, green, blue, red, and yellow with different attributes devoured and resisted each other. It was bright and colorful, like a world of flowers, but only those who had experienced it could deeply understand the dangers within. Rumble. A huge explosion resounded. It was as if the thunder god had descended. The rumbling sound was extremely muffled and resounding. Pussy-eye. Qin Feng was blasted out as blood spurted from his mouth. He had suffered heavy injuries. Although the 5 elements mutually reinforced and countered each other, he only had the power of water and fire. His opponent had the power of 3 elements, so he was still at a disadvantage. He had the Divine Dragon art, the 10,000 Beast summoning art, and even the 5 elements art had one more element than him. His opponent had all of his strongest trump cards. This was a terrifying opponent. He could be called a strong opponent, and there was no way to deal with him. He knows all the moves that I know. Furthermore, he is stronger than me. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. There was simply no way to deal with such a strong opponent. Whoosh! Mental energy spread out, and Xiao Qian's figure disappeared bit by bit. All his methods were ineffective. This was the only move he had left. Furthermore, he was sure that his opponent did not know how to use it, because his opponent was not a mental energy master. Qin Feng hid himself and secretly circulated the 100 Calamity heaven-devouring art, quickly recovering his exhausted energy. He wanted to prepare a big move to determine the outcome of the battle in one move. Although a sneak attack was a little unfair, he had no choice but to do so. He was no match for his opponent in a head-on battle. He secretly moved his body and slowly approached the figure. However, just as he was about to make a move, the person suddenly turned around and punched at him with a fist that was suffused with chaotic light. How'd he know where he was? Qin Feng's expression changed, but he did not have time to think so much. The heaven-devouring finger shot out and bombarded the opponent's fist. He quickly retreated, but the figure directly locked onto his position and rushed over. What kind of eye is that? Qin Feng was shocked. He saw a half-open vertical eye between his opponent's eyebrows, with traces of bloody light seeping out. This is the heaven's eye? He can lock onto my position? Qin Feng changed his position several times, but he was immediately locked onto by his opponent. His mental concealment had no effect on him. He stopped, took a deep breath, and slowly withdrew his mental energy. This was a battle of inheritance. Any tricks would be useless. It seemed that I was wrong. If I want to pass this stage, I can only rely on my true strength. The fear on his face slowly disappeared, and it was replaced by a fierce fighting spirit, as expected of a peerless figure who will overlook the sky in the future. Qin Feng chuckled, and his eyes gradually became firm. However, there will be a day when I will not be weaker than you. You have the belief of being invincible. I, Qin Feng, also have it. At this moment, Qin Feng's belief of being invincible, which had gradually faded after encountering this figure, burst forth in his heart again. Chapter 257. Battle of the Pinnacle Boom. The two of them charged at each other again. They fought until the sky darkened and blood gushed out. Being completely suppressed, Qin Feng had no other choice. If he wanted to live, he could only give it his all. Qin Feng fought like a madman. He used everything he had learned. The roars of beasts shook the sky, and his spiritual energy and mental energy roared. He fought fiercely with the chaotic figure. Boom! He was blasted away, suffering heavy injuries. Similarly, as he was sent flying, he pointed out with his finger. A beam of light shot out and pierced through his opponent's shoulder. Although Qin Feng was being suppressed, the gap was not large. Moreover, as the battle became more intense, Qin Feng's understanding of the Divine Dragon technique and the 10,000 Beast summoning technique was slowly increasing. It was easier for him to comprehend things when he fought with his opponent, especially when he had the same level of power. As his comprehension deepened, his battle prowess increased as well. In the end, the two of them were almost on par. The two of them fought a crazy battle from one region to another. Everywhere they passed, it was a mess. Awesome! Qin Feng roared, his heart filled with pride. Although he was caught in a bitter battle, he had never felt this excited before. He was even moved. Fighting against a former peerless genius, he had benefited greatly. His battle prowess soared in the battle, and his various moves became more and more skillful. The battle became even more intense and cruel. Their fighting spirit had risen to the peak. They were familiar with each of their opponent's moves and knew their weaknesses. And in this kind of fight, the weak points were gradually perfected. Every move, attack, and defense were orderly and could be said to be perfect. Boom! All of a sudden, The chaotic light around the figure shone brightly. The light swirled and turned into a long chaotic halberd in front of him. An unconcealable sharpness emanated from the chaotic halberd. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. He could sense the smell of death. That primal chaos war spear had drunk countless amounts of blood. After experiencing many great battles, it was even dyed in the blood of exceptional heavenly talents of its generation. It was extremely unordinary. The primal chaos halberd gave Qin Feng a lot of pressure and made him uneasy. Whoosh! The figure of primal chaos rushed over. The spear pierced over, as if it had pierced through the void. In an instant, he appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng's hair stood on end as he quickly retreated. Bang! The battle spear vibrated and a beam of chaotic light shot out, directly hitting Qin Feng in the chest. Poochie! Qin Feng immediately coughed up blood as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. That figure stepped on the void and chased after him. Qin Feng raised his hand, and a black light burst out and appeared beside the figure. Explode! With a soft shout, the black metal directly exploded. Energy intertwined, and a terrifying power wreaked havoc. This was the mental seal he had created before. It contained 15 mental energy vortexes and was extremely powerful. It could even injure experts under the spirit detecting realm. Even a normal spirit detecting realm expert would have the risk of dying if they were caught off guard. Qin Feng stared fixedly at the place where the violent energy interweaved. He didn't know how much damage this spiritual sigil could cause to the other party. All of a sudden, his eyes shrank. A figure walked out of the place where the energy weaved. Blood splattered from his body, but he didn't move at all. Obviously, this kind of impact didn't affect him much. Fight! That figure spoke for the first time and charged forward. The chaotic battle spear danced in the air, and every attack exploded with a huge energy wave. Qin Feng was suppressed and kept retreating. With the weapon in hand, the combat strength of the figure had soared to an extremely terrifying level. Every time he attacked, it contained a powerful force. Is this the demeanor of a true, peerless genius? Qin Feng smiled bitterly. He was no match for him. He couldn't even take out the stone axe. The main reason was that he couldn't use the stone axe's power at all. Boom! He was sent flying and heavily injured once again. Whoosh! Chaotic light burst out like a meteor, bringing with it peerless power. It pierced through the starry sky and charged over. Chaotic light surged like a vast ocean, vast and deep, making people despair. Under this kind of power, even Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a trace of despair. The peerless genius of the past was too terrifying. He was invincible among his peers. In a trance, he seemed to see half a corpse in the depths of the starry sky, with a broken spear stained with blood, gradually moving away in the desolate starry sky. Another ancestor of the pure-blood lineage? In the bloody battle back then, even his weapon was broken and his body was blown up, Qin Feng murmured. How could he be willing to lose like this? I can't die like this. At this moment, Qin Feng roared to the sky, and his battle power surged. Boom! He flipped his palm, and the savage peak appeared in his hand. Qin Feng injected his mental energy into the savage peak and threw it out. Boom! The palm-sized savage peak expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it became a few hundred feet tall, like a small mountain, and pressed forward. The surging chaotic light was crushed. Qin Feng was shocked. In the face of death, he instantly understood the use of the savage peak. The savage peak looked ordinary and didn't have much use. But the strange thing was that it didn't need spiritual energy or mental energy. No, to be precise, it wasn't pure mental energy. It was the yin and yang energy of mental energy. That's right, it was the yin and yang energy of mental energy. At the moment of life and death, his mental energy fluctuated and resonated with the savage peak. He had tried before, but it didn't work whether he injected his spiritual energy or mental energy. So in that instant, he thought of black and white, and then yin and yang. So he decisively injected the yang and yin energy of mental energy into the savage peak. He didn't expect that the savage peak would become as heavy as a mountain when the two types of mental energy were injected. After crushing the chaotic light, the savage peak directly pressed down on the figure. Clang! A crisp sound was heard, and the savage peak shrank and was sent flying. At the same time, the figure was also sent flying. The savage peak shrank rapidly, and it was pulled back by Qin Feng's mental energy. Qin Feng looked at the normal-looking savage peak in his hand. After clashing head-on with the primal chaos war spear, it did not leave any mark. This boosted his confidence. The halberd was the biggest problem, but now that it was blocked by the savage peak, he was no longer afraid. Boom! Qin Feng continued to inject the yin and yang energy of mental energy into the savage peak, and then controlled it to smash forward. The two of them fought again, and the chaotic halberd and the savage peak kept clashing. Sparks flew everywhere, and clanking sounds were heard. In the end, Qin Feng was still defeated. He only had a basic understanding of the savage peak, and he couldn't command it as he wished. Most importantly, his yin and yang energy wasn't dense and pure enough. The yang energy barely reached the standard due to the condensation of yang energy in his body, but the yin energy was far from it. The imbalance between the two caused the savage peak's power to be greatly weakened. The savage peak gradually lost its power, and Qin Feng was once again in danger, facing a life and death crisis. Bang! He was swept by the halberd's energy, and blood splattered on his body. He was severely injured. Poochie! The halberd swept past, and Qin Feng was sent flying, and his chest caved in. He got up with difficulty, and his eyes were obscure. To be able to become a peerless genius who looked down on the firmament realm, it was too terrifying. Qin Feng's life force was gradually fading, and his aura was greatly reduced as he was constantly sent flying. Am I going to fail? Qin Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the yellow figure quickly approaching. If you can't pass this stage, you will die in vain in the future. Descendant of the pure-blooded lineage, this is your last chance. That figure let out an intense, emotional fluctuation as he roared. His voice was filled with unconcealable unwillingness and despair. Our lineage is naturally heaven-defying. Even in a life-and-death situation, we can come back from the dead. You still have power in your body. Use it for the final attack. If you can't pass this stage, you will die in vain in the future. Rather than that, I might as well kill you now. Stand up and fight with me one last time, descendant of mine. Chapter 258. True Blood Body, sculpting the figure was roaring, hoping that Qin Feng would unleash his strongest power and have a final showdown with him. Qin Feng was shaken. If he could not pass this trial, he could only die in vain in the future. Had their bloodline really reached such a cruel state? He could clearly feel that blood was thicker than water. His opponent wanted him to defeat him and pass the trial. However, he had to use his strongest power and kill him with a killing intent. This was a contradictory state of mind, painful and crazy. Qin Feng could feel this pain. His opponent wanted to protect him, but he had to be determined to kill him. Using such a cruel method to force a latecomer to rise up. How sad was that? The scenes of that time, the pieces of blood-stained bones in this ancient galaxy, constantly corroded Qin Feng's brain. Qin Feng roared at the sky. His mind shook violently, and his body trembled. He stood up suddenly, and a trace of scarlet gradually climbed up from the corner of his eyes. His blood seemed to be boiling, and a battle intent that he had never felt before surged, almost making him lose control and beat him violently. In the depths of his blood, streaks of obscure spiritual light flashed, and then formed a strange shape. Qin Feng's eyes were blood-red. At the same time, he slowly put his palms together, and then formed a complicated and ancient seal. Boom! The moment the seal was formed, his body shook violently, and a fierce wind blew around him. A terrifying power was wreaking havoc around him. Pure blood bloodline, immortal reincarnation, eye open. A vertical eye slowly appeared between his eyebrows. When the vertical eye opened, it was scarlet in color. An extremely berserk energy was emitted from the vertical eye. Qin Feng looked indifferently at the chaotic figure that was charging at him, and his hands formed a seal. A cold and hoarse voice slowly came out of his mouth. Undying light. Whoosh. An extremely dense beam of scarlet light shot out from the vertical eye. At this moment, the entire galaxy seemed to dim, and only the scarlet light illuminated the universe. Fight! The chaotic figure shouted, and the battle spear stabbed forward. Crack! However, this time, the invincible halberd was as fragile as paper when it came into contact with the scarlet light. Layer by layer, the halberd broke apart. Ha ha! The scarlet light pierced through him, but he was still smiling. Tears flowed down his face. You have succeeded, but you have also embarked on the most difficult path. This road will be very difficult for you. Perhaps you will have companions, or perhaps you will be the only one facing this cruel world alone. But remember, no matter what, you must always remember that the pure-blooded lineage is not weaker than others. Even if I die, I will still be able to laugh proudly in the world. The figure laughed, and his body gradually faded. Finally, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Only his emotionless voice echoed in this lonely universe. Our bloodline has been cursed by the heavens, so we should never place our hopes on the heavens. We are born to defy the heavens, so only by defying the heavens can we survive. Looking at the disappearing figure, Qin Feng's eyes turned red and his nose turned sour. At this moment, he felt the same way. Their bloodline was forced into a desperate situation and abandoned by this world. Rest in peace, ancestor. There will be a day when I will make this earth unable to bind our feet. The heavens will no longer be able to curse our bodies. Qin Feng clenched his fists as he murmured. After a while, he put away his heavy heart and cast his gaze on the universe. Buzz. Under his gaze, a crack slowly opened in the depths of the universe. A drop of blood penetrated through the crack. At this moment, Qin Feng felt that this drop of blood seemed to have distorted time and space and traveled from an endless distance. This drop of blood was bright and glistening, and it emitted a soft light. Qin Feng's nose turned sour again. From this drop of blood, he felt an emotion that could only be felt by kinship where blood was thicker than water. You were beaten up and your body and soul was destroyed, but you risked your life to preserve a drop of blood? Qin Feng said coldly. He could feel that there was not much divinity left in this drop of blood. However, it was precisely because of this that he could use it. Ancestor, help me rise. Qin Feng stared at the drop of blood and spread out his hands. Buzz, buzz. The drop of blood vibrated, and there seemed to be ancient Sanskrit chanting, accompanied by shouts and unwilling resistance. Swoosh! The drop of blood shot over and directly entered Qin Feng's forehead. At this moment, Qin Feng's body shook, and countless rays of blood seeped out of his pores. In an instant, he was covered in blood. All the blood in his body was expelled by this drop of blood, leaving only a small amount of pure blood. The drop of blood flowed in his body, and wherever it passed, it would turn blood red and remove all the impurities in the original blood. In the end, Qin Feng's entire body shriveled up like a bag of skin, and 90% of the blood was removed. Roar! Qin Feng roared as indescribable pain eroded his nerves. Even with his temperament, he could not help but roar with a ferocious expression. His bones and meridians were all infected by the drop of blood, and then they broke down bit by bit, turning into blood. That kind of situation was like his bones being crushed bit by bit, and the pain was unbearable. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng clung to the last shred of clarity in his heart, enduring the pain of having his bones shattered, because he knew that this was to help him reconstruct his body, to help him build a stronger body. The moment the drop of blood entered his body, Qin Feng understood that in ancient times, the strength and bone realm was actually the body-shaping realm, which completely shaped the whole body. After the changes of time, some techniques were cut off, and in the end, only the bone-shaping realm was left, which was later called the strength and bone realm. According to the complete cultivation system, the current realm was actually only a part of the real realm. Body-shaping realm is bones, blood, skin, and meridians were all being reconstructed. His whole body was crushed bit by bit, and the impurities were removed and then reconstructed bit by bit. This was undoubtedly a painful torment for him. In the end, Qin Feng persevered. The blood turned into bones again, and they were tougher than before. Blood was regenerated from his bones and tendons, flowing endlessly through his meridians and into every corner of his body. His flesh and blood regained their vitality, and his body swelled back to normal. At this time, Qin Feng's eyes that had been closed for who knew how long slowly opened. His eyes were as deep as the stars, surging with a vast luster. Is this the inheritance of a true blood? Clenching his fists and feeling the surging power in his body, Qin Feng smiled comfortably. He had finally passed the third trial, and his harvest was great. More importantly, his body had changed. This was a true rebirth of his bones, skin, blood, and bones. It was a sublimation in all aspects. This was much better than just being the strongest strength and bone realm. Probably not many people in the world could have this kind of treatment. After all, the body-shaping realm had been replaced by the strength and bone realm. People in this realm only knew about the strength and bone realm. They didn't know anything else. Although his strength was still at the peak of the strength and bone realm, his true battle strength had increased by too much. He even had the confidence to challenge a spirit-detecting expert. This was a kind of absolute confidence. That drop of blood had allowed his body to evolve to an extremely high level, and it had laid down a solid foundation for his rise. No one else could have this kind of transformation. The body-shaping realm molded the entire body, while the strength and bone realm molded the bones. Even if one molded the strongest bones, there would still be flaws. That drop of blood had made up for all of the flaws in the strength and bone realm, making it truly perfect. Qin Feng's current strength was not something others could compare to. Even the princes of the imperial family could not compare to him. The space in front of him twisted, and a stone door slowly appeared. Looking at the stone door, Qin Feng faintly smiled, stood up, and stretched. Chapter 259. Pure Blood, you actually succeeded. The small crimson tower said softly as it emitted a gentle red light. There was surprise and shock in his tone, but most of it was relief. Over the years, there have been many pure-blooded cultivators who have made it here. However, 99% of them failed and were buried here. The protection of the ancestors' will. Qin Feng laughed. He was not arrogant or complacent. He still remembered that if it weren't for that figure's reminder, he wouldn't have burst out with a shocking fighting spirit and awakened his bloodline at the critical moment. Even more so, he wouldn't be able to activate the undying tensei of the pure-blooded lineage. In the end, he could only nurse a grievance. Can I challenge the fourth stage? Qin Feng asked. No. The small crimson tower directly refused, and its attitude was firm. The fourth stage's test doesn't only involve talent. Not to mention that you can't pass the fourth stage, you can't even go up to the fourth level. Without sufficient strength, this stage will not be open to you. Successor, you should know when to advance and when to retreat. Absorb the items from the first 3 stages, and it will be enough for you to rise. In the future, when you have reached a certain level of strength, you could try the next stage again. Red Tower spoke very decisively, and Qin Feng could only drop the subject. After all, clearing 3 stages in a row had indeed given him a huge harvest, and he needed time to digest it. Senior, can you tell me about that period of time? Qin Feng asked. Those who know are guilty. The current you is not qualified to know the secrets of that period of time. Hong Tao warned, remember, before you have the ability to protect yourself, do not reveal your identity as a pure-blooded. To this day, there are still people pursuing our bloodline. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his heart full of resentment. They've been enslaved for so many years. Could it be that those people still wouldn't let them go? Was he really going to kill them all? Being hunted down through the ages, there's no end to it. Even if our bloodline has long since declined, even if countless years have passed, even if all the heroes have perished. But as long as they are not completely dead, they will be wary. The heaven-defying bloodline is innately powerful and endlessly glorious, illuminating the ages. However, it is also a type of sorrow, as the heavens do not allow it. Cast down the curse, break its roots, and destroy its source. Qin Feng was silent. His heart burned with grief and indignation. Was it the unfairness of the heavens, or was it the heartlessness of humanity? If the earth doesn't allow it, then just trample it. If the heavens are unfair, then just poke it. Our bloodline doesn't respect the heavens, nor the earth. Go against the heavens and break the cruel shackles of the world. To have such a great ambition is extremely good. The ancestors of the past should also be gratified. Hong Ta spoke, his tone becoming much gentler. Qin Feng collected himself and asked, "Were my two friends? How are they?" "They are also undergoing their own trials," Red Tower said. Qin Feng was puzzled and asked, "Since they are also pure-blooded, why is the test different from mine?" He believed that with the talent of those two, if they could receive the same treatment as him, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly. This was because he personally believed that his inheritance was the best. There is no harm in telling you. The pure-blooded bloodline is also divided into different clans. They do not belong to the same clan as you. The small crimson tower spoke softly, recounting a tragic past. Our tribe was a brilliant and powerful one. Our light illuminated the universe. Some clans were innately powerful, and their leaders were even more outstanding. Because they were too powerful, they were feared by the heavens. When they were destroyed, they were cursed. Back then, if they hadn't used a scheme to transfer away so many of our elites, how could they have slaughtered our bloodline so easily? Qin Feng listened quietly, his fists clenched tightly. His ancestors didn't die because they couldn't defeat the enemy, but rather because they were secretly plotted against. We were meritorious subjects. Back then, when the heavens split and the outer realms invaded, it was our tribe that did everything we could and sacrificed many talents to protect this world. However, later on, we were schemed against by them. Those powerful leaders risked their lives, and their blood dyed the universe. Before they died, they swore a divine blood oath, and only then did they not dare to kill us to the last, leaving behind some of the old, weak, women, and children. However, they were too afraid of our bloodline. They were worried that a pure-blooded would return to their ancestral roots, so they forced those defenseless descendants to marry other clans. There were even some who forced them to marry beasts. In the end, the pure-blooded bloodline was completely wiped out by them. Then they sent those people to a barbarian land and strictly guarded them. Hearing this, Qin Feng already understood. The descriptions on the reliefs were far less cruel and sorrowful than what he had personally experienced. Their bloodline had actually experienced such inhumane destruction. In order to thin out the pure-blooded bloodline, they were willing to do anything. Fortunately, our bloodline was born to defy the heavens. Even the heavens could not stop us. Occasionally, there would be bloodline mutations in the later generations, and they would become pure-blooded. Your bloodline was very model before, but after the inheritance of the true blood, the pure-blooded bloodline has truly been revived in your body. As a pure-blooded, you bear the responsibility of washing away the shame of our bloodline, and let our ancestors feel gratified in the endless hell. Qin Feng nodded heavily. The imperial capital was the descendants of those executioners. The first step of his revenge was to overthrow this place and let the pure-blooded descendants truly obtain freedom. After a moment of silence, he asked softly, "My Yin energy is unable to complete it. Is there a suitable one here?" His yang energy was barely qualified because of the help of the yang energy in his body. However, his yin energy had not made any progress. This also caused the yin-yang fusion formation to be unable to be used, and the yin-yang technique could not be cultivated. The yin energy was directly related to the yin-yang fusion formation and the yin-yang technique, so Qin Feng naturally placed great importance on it. However, in the St. Ryu Inn and the imperial capital, he had not encountered this type of energy. The guardian of the small tower's inheritance should know that he was a spiritual power master and should be able to detect his Yin energy. Moreover, the Dark Evil Tower's collection was definitely rich, so it should have this type of energy substance. Let's go. I'll send you to the land of fortune. The Red Tower was very decisive, and a light swept over. When the light faded, Qin Feng appeared in a palace. The palace was completely gray, and the air was filled with an ancient smell. There were many stone pillars supporting the palace, and it looked very old, but there was nothing special about it. However, after entering this place, Qin Feng kept having an uncomfortable feeling. As for the source of this feeling, he also did not know. It was as if this palace did not fit in with the real world. In short, this place made him feel very uncomfortable. If the Red Tower did not let him in, he would have thought of a way to escape. Will there be energy here? Qin Feng muttered to himself. There is an item of extreme Yin, but whether or not you can obtain it would depend on your luck. The Red Tower's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feng was stunned and quickly asked, "Where is it?" Chapter 260. Chapter 260 Objects of Extreme Yin. Qin Feng was speechless. He carefully sized up the palace. The stone walls around the palace were engraved with the images of ferocious beasts, many of which he had never seen before. These beasts were clearly just engraved on the stone wall, but there seemed to be a substantial aura spreading out, making it difficult for people to look directly at them. In the center of the hall, there was a rather large stone platform. The stone platform was made of strange stones from an unknown era, and in the center of the stone platform, there was a well. Wisps of light black air rose from above. The air around the stone platform seemed to be even thicker. Tiny ice dots could be seen, which was a sign that the air was about to freeze. A breeze blew from above, instantly turning into a black, chilly wind. Under the effect of the air pressure, most of the chilly wind was blown towards Qin Feng. So the item of extreme Yin is here. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng nodded, a fiery light slowly surging in his eyes. At this point, even a fool would know that the item of extreme Yin mentioned by the Red Tower should be in that well. He reached out to grab a gust of chilly wind, but his expression quickly changed. The bone-chilling coldness almost caused his brain to explode. Mother Vaster, why is it so cold? Qin Feng was shocked. What exactly was this extreme Yin object? This is Yin wind. Wind is caused by the difference in the temperature of the airflow. This is a normal phenomenon. Hong Ta said, however, at the bottom of this abyss, there is an item of extreme Yin. When the wind passes through there, it will be contaminated with some of the cold aura from the item of extreme Yin, thus forming the Yin wind. The Yin wind is not an ordinary wind. This kind of thing contains the power of Yin and is extremely powerful. However, this Yin wind can only wreak havoc in this limited space. Moreover, it is the weakest kind of Yin wind. Otherwise, you would not have been able to enter this place. Licking his lips, Qin Feng slowly approached the stone platform. The spirit energy in his body and the mental force in his mind were ready to burst out at any moment. Along the way, nothing abnormal happened. Qin Feng approached the stone platform. The stone platform was not high, only about 1 meter tall. He easily jumped up and walked to the center of the stone platform. He looked at the well. Rather than calling it a well, it was more appropriate to call it a bottomless black hole. There were many indecipherable patterns engraved on the side of the well. Some of them were similar to totems, which were quite profound and mysterious. The inside of the well was incomparably dark. The kind of darkness was not ordinary darkness. It was a kind of darkness without any impurities. The darkness was pure and terrifying, because you couldn't see how deep it was. You couldn't even see an inch. You could only see the surface. If it weren't for the fact that it was shaped like a well, it would be easy to mistake it for a painting carved on the stone platform. Qin Feng stood by the well. At this moment, the yang energy in his body spread throughout his body, resisting the invasion of the Een wind. He looked at the mysterious well that was like a black hole and frowned. Although the black airflow around him was stronger than before, it could not do anything to the yang qi produced by the heavenly thunder bead. "Do I need to go in?" Qin Feng asked in his heart. "Not bad. We're going in just like that. Aren't you a little too impulsive?" Hearing this, Qin Feng felt his scalp go numb. This black hole was too mysterious. He didn't even know what it was. Wasn't it too reckless to go in just like that? There's no other way. If you want to get something, you have to pay the corresponding price. Do you think you can get it so easily without paying anything? Hearing this, Qin Feng could only grit his teeth and brace himself. He constantly drew out the yang energy in his body, wrapped it around his body, and jumped into the black hole. Opportunities were accompanied by danger. If you wanted to get something better than others, you had to put in more effort than others. He understood this principle, so since he was already here, he could only take things as they came. Being indecisive was not his principle. As Qin Feng entered the black hole, other than his vision turning black, he also felt a terrifying pressure. An endless amount of Een energy attacked him, wanting to crush him. Even with the protection of yang energy, Qin Feng could still faintly feel a bone-piercing chill. Withdraw your yang energy and let your body adapt to this Een energy. Hearing Hong Ta's words, Qin Feng's face was a little unnatural. He laughed dryly and said, "Isn't it too fast? I still don't know what's here. There's no danger here. It's all pure Een energy." Hong Ta said with some surprise in his tone, "This item of extreme Een is a little unusual. If you can refine and absorb it, the benefits to you will be unimaginable." Hearing this, Qin Feng's heart was boiling. If Hong Ta could speak in such a tone, then this item of extreme Een was definitely a rare treasure. The Een energy here is all emitted by that item. Now that you're in contact with the Een energy, you could be considered to have made initial contact with that item. It will be of some help to you when you refine it later. Qin Feng pursed his lips, some excitement on his face. "What is it?" "In here, one's perception is suppressed. I can't tell what it is now. Moreover, I'm only a bottom-level inheritance guardian, so my knowledge is limited." Hong Ta's tone sank slightly. He paused for a moment, then said, "However, if I'm not wrong, it's very likely to be the Yellow Springs pill." Yellow Springs pill? The unfamiliar term stunned Qin Feng. The Yellow Springs pill is formed by gathering and condensing the Een energy from the depths of the earth. It takes 100 years to form a gas, 1,000 years to form a liquid, and 10,000 years to form a pill. It gathers the Een energy from the depths of the earth and condenses after thousands of years of compression, forging, and condensing. This pill contains the Een energy of the earth and can be considered to be nurtured by the earth. If you really compare it, it's not inferior to the 10 great spiritual fires of the world. It's that amazing? Qin Feng opened his mouth in surprise. Of course, if you refine it, your spiritual Een energy will also become pure and perfect. However, Hong Ta suddenly paused, and his tone was clearly a little heavy. "However what?" Qin Feng asked. Hong Ta was silent for a moment. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "Do you know why this pill is called the Yellow Springs pill?" Qin Feng shook his head, his face blank. "What does the word Yellow Springs make you think of?" Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. A chill rose in his heart. In legends, the Yellow Springs seem to be related to hell. It can't be, right? That's just a legend. How could there be hell in this world? If there was, then wouldn't there be reincarnation? This kind of saying is too laughable. Qin Feng tried his best to smile, wanting to dissolve this gloomy atmosphere. However, Hong Ta's silence made him feel a little cold. Some things can't be denied if you haven't come into contact with them. Hong Ta's tone was very heavy, and he said, "There was once a rumor that the Yellow Springs pill was an item of the underworld. It was condensed from the Yellow Springs liquid in the heart of the Yellow Springs. It can also be said that it is the heart of the Yellow Springs." Chapter 261. Devourer. Regarding this legend, there is indeed no verifiable evidence. There has never been any evidence to prove the existence of the underworld. After a pause, Red Tower continued. Qin Feng heard a sense of uneasiness in its tone that he had never felt before. In that extremely distant era, there were some legends about the underworld. It seemed that the underworld really existed, but no one knew what happened in the end. It was as if that distant era was cut off from the future, resulting in no substantial records. However, later generations speculated that the underworld might be related to the heavenly fissure. Our lineage also had powerhouses search for it, but no one knows the results. As Red Tower spoke, its tone gradually became incomparably heavy. And it is very likely that the underworld pill is here. This also proves that our lineage's person succeeded. It is no wonder that existence mysteriously disappeared and did not participate in the final battle. Anything related to the underworld will not have a good ending. As he spoke, Red Tower continued. Of course, what I've said is only limited to legends. Whether or not the underworld really existed is still very difficult to verify. After all, in our era, we have never heard of any evidence of the underworld. The underworld pill is the heart of the underworld of the underworld. This saying is somewhat unreliable. The former is more realistic. It is only condensed from the Earth's yin energy and has nothing to do with the underworld. Qin Feng could not calm down for a long time. Although what it said was just a legend, it sounded too horrifying. The underworld, the gathering place of countless ghosts. Just thinking about it made him numb. Moreover, the heavenly fissure was a wake-up call for him. Those who were related to the underworld did not have a good ending. If he directly took the heart of the underworld, wouldn't he directly take his life? It does sound horrifying. However, since it has come to this step, whether it is condensed from the earth or the heart of the underworld, I will take it today. With that, Qin Feng directly withdrew his yang energy defense, allowing the yin energy to invade his body. His body was also slowly descending as he absorbed even more cold yin energy. Although the cold yin energy here was far stronger than ordinary cold yin energy, Qin Feng's body had absorbed a lot of it before, so he had some resistance. Therefore, to him, it did not cause much trouble. At most, it made him feel a little cold. His body descended at a steady speed in the boundless darkness. The surrounding cold yin energy corroded his body and swam back and forth in his body. The cold yin energy was enough to freeze a normal person into an ice cube. The further down they went, the more terrifying the cold yin energy became. Qin Feng also felt a little pain, but he was also slowly adapting to the cold yin energy here. Dong! With a slight sound, Qin Feng felt the soles of his feet stepping on something solid. His expression gradually turned serious. It seemed like he had reached the end. He looked around. The light here was no longer like before. There was a faint light, but it was very dim and appeared extremely oppressive. His gaze swept back and forth in all directions. Suddenly, his gaze abruptly paused. A long while later, an arc slowly hung at the corner of his mouth. Yellow Spring Elixir, I found you. Within the darkness, there was a spot where the darkness was so dense that it had almost turned into liquid. The dense yin and cold energy had directly formed a faint layer of ice in the surroundings. In the center, there was a black bead about the size of an adult's fist. It should be called a round elixir because it was in a solid state. Within the round elixir, there seemed to be a black liquid squirming. However, the center was not black, but a similar white color. It was like a white light that illuminated the darkness here. Is that the Yellow Spring Elixir? An item of extreme yin energy? Qin Feng's face was gradually replaced by ecstasy. After absorbing the cold yin energy, he could set up the yin-yang fusion formation and practice the yin-yang art. Qin Feng quickly walked over. As he got closer, the fire in his eyes became more intense. His palm gently pressed against the layer of ice. Immediately, the thin layer of ice that was as thin as paper instantly shattered. At the same time, an exceptionally frightening chill suddenly attacked him. That chill caused him to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Along with the shattering of the ice membrane, The cold Yin energy contained within that could not be released immediately rushed towards Qin Feng, enveloping him. The cold current surged, and the cold Yin energy penetrated into his body through his pores. As soon as the cold energy entered his body, Qin Feng's body suddenly tensed up as if he was about to be frozen. What do we do now? Should we shatter it? Qin Feng endured the pain and asked, directly wrap it with spiritual energy and absorb it into your body. Hearing this, Qin Feng's scalp suddenly went numb. Absorb it into my body? Are you kidding me? I can barely resist this thing now. Moreover, this is not the purest cold Yin energy. If I absorb it into my body, won't I be frozen into an ice cube? The yellow spring elixir is formed by gathering the power of the earth and compressing it for thousands of years. It cannot be broken. Otherwise, its essence will be lost. Only by refining in your body can you condense the most perfect Yin energy and stimulate the purest Yin energy in your body, Hong Ta said solemnly. Your body is already condensed Yang energy. Although it can't compare to the Yin energy of the yellow spring elixir, as long as you can withstand it, it shouldn't be a big problem. Don't forget, you still have the fire god technique. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. No matter how dangerous it was, he could not let the essence of the yellow spring elixir be lost. Every step of the yin-yang art had to be perfect without any flaws. Thinking of this, the ruthlessness in his eyes gradually turned into madness. Then, with a wave of his hand, spiritual energy shot out and wrapped around the yellow spring elixir, then began to compress it. Under the compression of the spiritual energy, the yellow spring elixir gradually shrank to the size of an ordinary elixir. However, the color of the elixir became denser and denser, causing people to tremble in fear. The yellow spring elixir slowly floated in his palm. Feeling the extremely terrifying cold energy emitted from it, Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A moment later, his eyes suddenly focused, and he opened his mouth and sucked the yellow spring elixir into his body. Bang! With a soft sound, the yellow spring elixir suddenly shattered. A large amount of dense black energy completely enveloped Qin Feng like a tide. Streaks of black cold currents drilled into his body, penetrating every inch of his body. Boom! Intense pain surged into Qin Feng's heart like floodwaters at this moment. That indescribable iciness directly caused the blood within his body to show signs of solidifying. However, it was fortunate that he was prepared. With a move of his mind, he stubbornly resisted the bone-chilling wind. The light at the center of the yellow spring elixir was the most essential part of the cold energy. After the yellow spring elixir exploded, the light immediately followed Qin Feng's throat and entered his body like ice. Boom! Chapter 262. Condensing Yin Xia, cold aura that could almost freeze a person began to move chaotically within Qin Feng's body. Wherever it passed, the soft qi paths became a little stiff. Specks of white crystals appeared, and an intense pain assaulted him, causing Qin Feng's face, which was still able to maintain a calm expression, to instantly become distorted. The terrifying, chilling aura caused his mind to go into a trance for a short moment, as if he was frozen in that instant. The divine lightning bead and the underworld elixir were not on the same level. The difficulty of refining the underworld elixir was much more terrifying. As the terrifying pain assaulted him, Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned blood red. Even with his temperament, he could not help but roar. With his meridians frozen, the chilling aura seemed to have penetrated into his bones. It was as if his bones were being broken bit by bit. The terrifying pain spread from his bones to his brain, almost causing him to lose his mind. Circulating the fire god art, the power of the heavenly cycle fire gathered and entered his body through his pores. In the end, it condensed together and turned into a ball of multicolored flames that suppressed the underworld elixir. The power of fire was the purest fire element in the world. Although it could not be compared to the spiritual fire, Its purity was at the pinnacle of fire. No other flame could compare to it. This was also the main reason why he dared to directly swallow the underworld elixir. After several encirclements, the power of fire finally clashed with the underworld pill for the first time. Buzz! In an instant, Qin Feng's body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. His entire mind violently shook, causing him to lose his mind and his consciousness to become chaotic. "Wake up!" Hong Tai's shout suddenly rang out. The sound waves spread out and awakened Qin Feng's consciousness. Qin Feng was also startled by this situation. He had actually almost fainted from the collision. This was too terrifying. If he had really fainted without the power of fire to restrain the underworld elixir and the yang energy to protect his body, he would have died in less than a minute. Once again, he focused his mind and controlled the power of fire to surround the underworld elixir. Buzz! Another collision occurred. However, this time around, Qin Feng was prepared. His mind was in a daze for a split second before he regained his wits, after which he maneuvered the power of fire and wrapped around the fleeing yellow spring pill. Boom! Boom! The yellow spring pill struggled violently, shaking off the fire force's encirclement in a few moments, and then escaped. Although it was very difficult, Qin Feng's heart was filled with joy. Because of this, it meant that the yellow spring pill's yin qi had already surpassed ordinary energy. Only the yin qi condensed from such yin qi would be able to activate the yin qi in the physical body to the greatest extent. From there, it would resonate with mental energy and become pure mental energy yin qi. After several failed attempts, Qin Feng was not discouraged in the slightest. Now that the yellow springs pill was in his body, its power would only gradually be consumed. However, the power of fire was supported by the fire element, so it was endless and always maintained at its peak state. Wanting to suppress, it was only a matter of time. Thus, the two types of energy continued to wreak havoc in Qin Feng's body. Every time they collided, the underworld elixir would escape. However, as the number of collisions increased, the time it took for the underworld elixir to break through the defense of the power of fire also gradually increased. Obviously, its power was slowly being consumed. The painful time was like a 1,000-year-old tortoise crawling slowly. At a certain moment, Qin Feng's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. He sensed that the underworld pill in his body had clearly slowed down. He smiled coldly. "Now that you're in my body, do you think you can overturn the heavens?" Soon after, he closed his eyes again. The spiritual energy wrapped around the power of fire in his body suddenly sped up and collided with each other again. The spiritual energy flames quickly wrapped around the underworld elixir, and the latter shook violently, trying to shake off the power of fire. However, this time it did not succeed. "Do you think I'll let you escape? It's over." Qin Feng sneered in his heart. The spiritual energy in his qi was like a cheetah that had been dormant for a long time. It quickly attacked, and the enormous spiritual energy almost instantly wrapped around the underworld elixir. Then, like a hot knife through butter, it forcibly dragged the underworld elixir into his qi. The underworld elixir constantly struggled and resisted. However, against the power of fire, rich spiritual energy, and yang energy, it was no different from an egg striking a rock. It's time to condense. Looking at the underworld elixir that was fighting like a trapped beast, Qin Feng smiled. Soon after, the spiritual energy flames quickly wrapped around it and began to condense. Under the urging of the spiritual energy and the power of fire in his body, the underworld elixir was still fighting like a trapped beast, constantly churning violently. Although its resistance was not weak, it had already reached Qin Feng's base. Moreover, the power of both sides had already switched. Therefore, the underworld elixir's resistance was undoubtedly a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After a short stalemate, it began to helplessly shrink. When the underworld elixir shrank to the size of a palm, it once again stopped moving. "Compress it again." Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng tightly closed his eyes. The spiritual energy flames that wrapped around the underworld elixir were suddenly pushed to the maximum power and then fiercely compressed. Bang! A soft, muffled sound quietly rang out from within his body. Following the muffled sound, the resistance that exhausted Qin Feng dissipated into thin air. He forcefully raised his mind, and the devouring power erupted. The strands of Yin energy that were compressed in the underworld elixir were absorbed and turned into genuine Yin energy. Half an hour later, Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. His entire body collapsed, and his chest violently rose and fell. The condensation of Yin energy was finally a success. Exhausted to the point of collapse, Qin Feng directly lay on his back, panting heavily. The energy in his body seemed to have been sucked dry, and it took a long time for him to recover a little. He sat up, and his face was filled with unconcealable joy. After so long, he finally managed to condense the most perfect Yin energy. After enjoying it for a while, he quickly regained his senses and immediately entered into a state of cultivation to recover his overused body. In his body, not only was there yang energy and yin energy, even his spiritual energy had been assimilated by the yin energy, turning into a black spiritual energy that carried a terrifying yin energy. However, at this moment, the yin energy that was enough to freeze a person's blood was incomparably gentle. Wherever it passed, there was no pain or coldness. Instead, there was a jade-like warmth that made people feel very comfortable. Moreover, wherever the black spiritual energy passed, the meridians, flesh, and blood that were frozen to the point that they were beyond repair rapidly recovered. The meridians, flesh, and blood once again regained their vitality. After this ordeal, the meridians, flesh, and blood were clearly more resilient than before. After the spiritual energy that contained the yin energy circulated in his body, Qin Feng's broken body was completely repaired, and it was even more resilient than before. An item of extreme yin is really amazing. Feeling the yin energy in the spiritual energy, Qin Feng could not help but sigh. Previously, when he condensed yang energy, it was very simple. However, this time, the condensation of yin energy was different. Even his spiritual energy carried a terrifying yin energy. It was enough to show that this yin energy was extraordinary, and it was not comparable to the current yang energy. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a little distressed. Both the yang and yin energy had reached the standard, but there was a serious imbalance. Boom! As if it knew what Qin Feng was thinking, the red tower shook. An ray of spiritual light rushed into the space between his eyebrows. At the same time, it said, only the 10 great spiritual fires can be compared to the underworld elixir. In the future, if you have the opportunity to get close, you will be able to sense it. Chapter 263. Yin and Yang body. After successfully condensing the Yin energy, Qin Feng could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart and laughed loudly. In the dark space, his unbridled laughter could be heard everywhere. After laughing for a while, Qin Feng slowly stopped and began to absorb the cold Yin energy in the surroundings. Refining the underworld elixir consumed quite a bit of his energy, and as the underworld elixir was refined, the cold Yin energy emitted by the underworld elixir that caused people's expressions to change upon hearing it became his best nourishment. About half an hour later, Qin Feng's pale face gradually became rosy, and his whole body emitted a jade-like luster. This was the sign of his spirit energy being saturated. The last place will be open for you, go. Before Qin Feng could speak, a ray of light engulfed him. When his vision recovered, he appeared in a foreign world. Mountains, rivers, forests, flowers, everything was there. It was no different from a normal world. But Qin Feng clearly felt that something was wrong. He carefully sensed for a moment and found that the flow of time in this world was very slow. A spiritual space? Qin Feng was shocked. He had experienced it once in the City of Sin. Only a high-level spirit master could open up this special space that could only be used once. 15 times the flow of time. Qin Feng was shocked. The flow of time in this world was 15 times slower than normal. In other words, if he cultivated here for 15 days, only one day would pass in the outside world. There are still 2 months before the heavenly road opens. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. This was a great opportunity for him. He could make up for his lack of time here, and it was even possible for him to enter the spirit-detecting realm here. What he lacked the most now was time. If he wanted to enter the spirit-detecting realm, he needed a long time to settle down, and this was something he had no chance of doing in the outside world. Peng Peng. Suddenly, 2 figures descended. Tan Xian and Jing Wui also appeared in this world. The 3 of them looked at each other and could see the pain in each other's eyes. Obviously, they had the same experience as Qin Feng. They had all witnessed the glory and darkness of their lineage. This is the work of a spirit master. The flow of time is at least 15 times slower than the normal world, Qin Feng said. That's fine too. I haven't had a breakthrough in over a year. Let's summon the spirit here and kill our way back, Jing Wui said. I hope Tiger Knight and the others haven't left yet. Tan Xian's tone was light, but it carried an extremely cold, killing intent. Ha ha ha. The 3 of them looked at each other, then raised their heads and laughed. Only after going through this step could one hear the raging flames of hatred and hatred in each other's laughter. Here, they did not have to worry about time. Everyone was digesting their respective inheritances and increasing their strength. When time was not valued, the concept of time was very vague. Unknowingly, the 3 of them had been here for almost half a year. They hadn't reached the spirit-detecting realm, but their battle power was slowly accumulating. For example, Qin Feng was more adept at using the primeval war body and could maintain it for more than 3 minutes. The number of spirit vortexes he could condense had also increased to 28, and the spirit seals he could create were even more powerful. The only thing he regretted was that he still couldn't successfully activate the Immortal Tensei Eye. During the battle, he had accidentally activated the Immortal Tensei Eye and used the Immortal Light, but now he couldn't use it. However, his yin and yang energy had reached the standard, so he could set up the yin and yang fusion formation. This was his trump card. Just with the yin and yang fusion formation, he was confident he could fight against a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm expert. Hand of holding yin. A cold shout suddenly rang out as the dark black spiritual energy in his body started to circulate rapidly in a strange manner. After a brief moment, Qin Feng lightly shouted as he slapped out with his palm. The dark black spiritual energy erupted from his palm and turned into a huge black hand. On the huge hand, there was a chilling intent that made one's heart palpitate. Wherever the giant black hand passed, there was a black light. It was as if even the air was being split in half, and there were bursts of wind and sonic booms in the air. The last 1,000-kilogram boulder exploded and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng nodded with a smile. Although he hadn't fought against an expert before, as the caster, he was very clear about the power contained in the hand of holding yin. Not many people under the spirit-detecting realm could defend against it. The only thing he regretted was that the yang energy in his body couldn't compare to the yin energy, so the hand of holding yin was very weak and didn't have any destructive power. Only when the yang and yin energies were pure enough could the yin and yang technique be cultivated to its most perfect state. The combination of the two was like the fusion of yin and yang, and the power was terrifying. His yang energy wasn't pure enough. So even if he cultivated the yin and yang technique, its power would be greatly weakened. Although my yang energy is weaker than my yin energy, I'm now on the right track to cultivating the yin and yang technique. I wonder if... Qin Feng softly muttered as the yin and yang technique's cultivation method appeared in his mind. Yin and yang technique. Take the yang fire, condense the yang energy, and then you can control the yang hand. Absorb the yin cold, and then control the yin hand. First the yang, then the yin, and the two hands intertwined to form the yin and yang, creating the power of yin and yang. The two hands nurture each other, refining the yin and yang energy, shaking the heavens and earth. Opposing the two hands is yin and yang, and it can turn into wind and thunder. When the two hands are the same, the yin and yang will be harmonious, and all living things will weep together. First yang, then yin, I've done it. As for the yin and yang fusion, what does it mean? Qin Feng pondered. The hand of holding yang was lacking in power, but he could figure out the fusion method. Without a doubt, the cultivation of the yin and yang technique would gradually deepen. The fusion of yin and yang would form the yin and yang energy. If he could achieve the fusion, its power would greatly increase. He was indeed on the right track, but he still didn't know much about cultivating the yin and yang technique. The main reason was that the yin and yang technique's cultivation method was too profound, so he could only barely understand a bit. However, he knew that if he wanted to use the yin and yang energy, he had to refine the yin and yang form. And to refine the yin and yang form, he had to fuse the yin and yang together. Only by fusing the yin and yang form could one form the yin and yang energy appear. The fusion of yin and yang is to fuse the two opposite spiritual energies together. Qin Feng looked calmly at the black and blue spiritual energies on each side. His left palm was the blue spiritual energy with the yang energy, while his right palm was the black spiritual energy with the yin energy. He frowned. This was too difficult. Although he could control the two spiritual energies of different attributes, one was extremely hot and the other was extremely cold. They were two extremes. Unless he used absolute power to forcefully suppress them, there was no other way. Their control was not as easy as the power of water and fire. After all, there was a method to the latter. He nodded. Although he felt that this was unrealistic, the yin and yang technique was an extremely mysterious thing. If it was so easy for him to cultivate it, he would doubt it. The more difficult it was, the more powerful the yin and yang technique was. In the following time, Qin Feng tried to fuse the two spiritual energies together. However, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how he tried, and even took into account the imbalance between the yin and yang energies and only extracted a small amount of the black spiritual energy to fuse, he still failed. Every time the extremely cold and hot spiritual energies collided, there would be a huge backlash. Even though he was the master of the two spiritual energies, he would sometimes feel his blood boil from the backlash. It seems that forcefully fusing them won't work. Qin Feng calmed down and didn't try to forcefully fuse the two spiritual energies. He knew that this method wouldn't work. Even if he used absolute power to forcefully fuse them together, it wouldn't be a true fusion, and the yin and yang energy wouldn't appear. The yin and yang energy was about the fusion of yin and yang, not forcefully fusing them together. Chapter 264. Breakthrough. Spirit Channeling Old Devil. Qin Feng called out to the demonic eye. This was the 38th time he had done so, but there was no response. The demon eye continued to sleep. Qin Feng did not know whether this was good or bad. Back then, he had signed a contract with the demon eye, and it was effective for 3 years. According to the time in the outside world, there was still 1 or 2 months left. But according to the time he had spent, the 3 years had already passed. The demon contract did not take effect. Was it because the time was not up, or was it because the demon eye was asleep and could not be activated? He personally leaned towards the latter, because the demon contract was signed between him and the demon eye, and it should be calculated according to the time he spent in his body. Calculating carefully, it had been more than 2 or 3 months, but the demon contract had not taken effect. Therefore, he speculated that it was because the demonic eye was in a deep slumber. If this was the reason, then it was a little dangerous. Who knew when the demon eye would awaken? What if it was a few days or a few months later? He wouldn't even have time to think of countermeasures before the demon eye took over his body. If the demonic eye could still talk to him, he could at least try to stall for time through the other party's tone. But now that the demonic I was in a deep slumber, once it awoke, he would probably cease to exist. Damn it, let's sleep. It's best if we sleep forever. Time flew by. Unknowingly, another year and a half had passed. On this day, an extremely powerful aura erupted in this world. That spiritual energy fluctuation still carried some spirituality. Spiritual energy with spirituality, this was a classic example of psychic communication. Among the three, Tan Xian was the first to break through and reach the spirit detecting realm. His body was surging with a terrifying amount of spiritual energy, which was very oppressive. Wong, a long spear soared into the sky, whistling and surging. Finally, it landed in front of Tan Xian with a bang. The tip of the spear trembled, emitting a clear sound. At the same time, it rippled with an incomparably sharp feeling of power. Jing Wui smacked his lips as he sensed the strong oppressive aura coming from Tan Xian's body. What kind of good stuff did this guy inherit? Why do I feel that he's even stronger than the seventh prince at that time? Qin Feng also nodded. Tan Xian was still intentionally suppressing his aura, or else his aura would be even more oppressive. After successfully communicating with his spirit, his strength had reached a terrifying level. He was completely different from before. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was the power of psychic communication. This was also why even super geniuses would need several years of accumulation before they could take this step. Because this was a checkpoint where the carp leaped over the dragon gate. After that, he would naturally be able to soar freely in the future. He would truly soar to the heavens in one go. Damn it, we have to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive. Jing Wui shook his head and entered the cave he had dug himself, calmly looking for an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Boom! A month later, another powerful aura erupted. Jing Wui had also succeeded in communicating with his spirit and had broken through to this realm. For a moment, strong winds blew and spiritual energy trembled, causing his small cave to collapse. Damn, this entrance is a little awkward. Following a loud explosion, earth and rocks exploded, and Jing Wui rushed out, his face covered in dust. Tan Xian, come out, let's fight. As soon as he came out, Jing Wui clamored for a fight with Tan Xian. Boom! A long spear shot out rapidly, carrying a rather sharp aura fluctuation, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Come at me, Jing Wui shouted loudly, his eyes shining. He held a butcher's knife in his hand and directly slashed out. Boom! The air exploded, and spiritual energy swirled up strong winds, constantly whistling and wreaking havoc. After a while, the two of them walked out side by side. Their breaths were slightly out of breath, but there was a smile on their faces. Now, we just have to wait for Qin Feng to make a breakthrough. Then, we'll kill our way out and turn the world upside down. Jing Wui laughed loudly. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. Half a month passed, and there was not the slightest movement in Qin Feng's seclusion area. This shouldn't be. This guy's foundation is no worse than ours. Why hasn't he made a breakthrough yet? Jing Wui tilted his head and looked at Qin Feng's cave. Spirit connection is not a guarantee of success just because one has enough foundation. It still needs an opportunity. Tan Xian shook his head slightly and said, but with his talent, it should be soon. I don't think he's inferior to us. Just like that, the two of them waited for another month, but there was still no movement from Qin Feng. This guy couldn't have forcefully broken through and met with an accident, right? Jing Wui muttered, wanted to go in and take a look. Rumble. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened and muffled thunder rolled, as if there was a thunder beast roaring, shaking one's heart. What a terrifying lightning tribulation. Why would there be lightning tribulation when this guy breaks through? Jing Wui was speechless. How could there be lightning tribulation when breaking through from the strength and bone realm to the spirit connection realm? It's not lightning tribulation, but his own. Tan Xian stared at the lightning tribulation, and after a long time he said in shock, his own. Jing Wui was astonished, and said, "This guy's been going through tribulations for more than a year, but most of them were small ones. Why is it so terrifying this time?" Even they had to be careful when dealing with this kind of lightning tribulation. Kaboom! Lightning fell, shattering the mountain, and a figure rushed out in a sorry state. F*CK. What the F*CK is going on? Qin Feng shouted, and couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Tan Xian and Jing Wui were speechless. You attracted lightning tribulation yourself, and you didn't even know it yourself. Qin Feng naturally knew what kind of tribulation this was. It was a devouring tribulation caused by the 100 tribulation heaven-devouring art. It was just that the lightning tribulation before was very small and not threatening. But why was it so powerful this time? He was shocked. However, the lightning tribulation didn't give him time to think. Bolts of lightning struck down, charring him, and smoke came out of his body. Qin Feng quickly dodged and used the dragon swimming body to move more than 1,000 meters in a few breaths. However, the lightning tribulation followed him like a shadow, covering the sky above him. The lightning bolts were like ferocious beasts, baring their fangs and claws, wanting to tear him apart. Qin Feng had no choice but to face it head-on. The 100 tribulation heaven-devouring art required one to go through 100 tribulations to reach perfection. He couldn't turn back, nor could he stop. He could only endure one tribulation at a time. Between heaven and earth, there were continuous rumbles. Lightning flashed, and electric arcs surged. In the end, even Tan Xian and Jing Wui were shocked. The power of this lightning tribulation was enough to make even spirit channeling experts feel threatened. What kind of thing did this guy do? Even the heavens want to kill him. Jing Wui whispered. The lightning tribulation lasted for an hour before it slowly dissipated. At this moment, Qin Feng didn't look like a human anymore. His whole body was charred black, as if he had just climbed out of a coal mine. There wasn't even a trace of breath. He can't be dead, right? Jing Wui said. Tan Xian stared at the charred Qin Feng. After a long time, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he's still alive. After he finished speaking, Qin Feng slowly sat up. His body cracked open like the bark of an old tree, revealing his skin that was as tender as a newborn's. His body shook, and a large piece of black skin fell off. It's coming. Qin Feng didn't have time to check his body's condition. The 100 tribulation heaven-devouring art quickly circulated, and the devouring power erupted, devouring the spiritual energy in the sky. It was so fast that it even formed a spiritual energy vortex, gathering towards him. Chapter 265. Perfection. A massive amount of heaven and earth spirit energy gathered around Qin Feng. Tan Xian and Jing Wui were both shocked. Jing Wui was shocked. What kind of absorption technique is this? It's too abnormal. It can absorb heaven and earth spirit energy in such a large area. It's simply unheard of. It's a very strange, devouring power. Tan Xian paused for a moment and said, "Do you still remember when he absorbed our poison gas?" Jing Wui heard this and nodded. He exclaimed, "It seems like he devoured our poison gas and turned it into his own spirit energy. No wonder he wasn't tired at all." Tan Xian whispered, "It's just that compared to back then, this devouring power is even more terrifying." Jing Wui nodded. He could feel how powerful this devouring power was. If they got too close, they wouldn't be able to control their spirit energy and would be devoured. He said, "The cultivation method he cultivates is a bit heaven-defying." Tan Xian also nodded. They could clearly see that this tribulation thunder and the other tribulations were all because of this cultivation method. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng stood up. Spirit energy surged around his body, and his aura finally stabilized at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. The 100 calamity heaven-devouring art had advanced once again, causing his devouring power to increase greatly. Not only had he successfully connected to the spirit detecting realm, but he had also stabilized a realm that would have required at least 10 days to half a month to stabilize. Feeling the dragon-like power surging through his body, Qin Feng revealed a gratified smile. He had finally stepped into this realm. At this moment, he was confident that even if the seventh prince didn't die, he could kill him by himself. Just as he was thinking, Jing Wui's annoying voice came from behind him. "Hey, Qin Feng, even if you want to be intoxicated, you should at least look at the situation. Can't you consider other people's feelings?" Qin Feng was startled and turned to look at the two of them. He found that they were looking at him with strange gazes. He lowered his head and instantly became confused. Damn it, he was now completely naked in front of the two of them. Although they were both males, it was too much to expose himself so directly. Also, what was with Jing Wui's gaze? Why was he looking at him with such a lecherous gaze? Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart. He quickly picked up the universe belt and put on his clothes. At the same time, he viciously said to Jing Wui, "Put away your thoughts. I don't have that kind of orientation." Jing Wui was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. He raised his pig-slaughtering knife and charged over. "Damn, even if this young master lacked love of love, I wouldn't find you. Your lecherous eyes have already betrayed you." Qin Feng also took the stone axe and chopped down. Young master's young master is. Bang! The stone axe and the pig-slaughtering knife collided. Sparks flew and spiritual energy surged. The two of them retreated a few steps. "What kind of axe is that?" Jing Wui said in shock when he saw the shallow dent on the blunt blade. Qin Feng was also shocked. He had experienced the toughness of the stone axe. There had never been a weapon that could compete with it. Even in the battle with the seventh prince, several of his weapons had been destroyed. However, this time, Jing Wui's pig-slaughtering knife only had an inconspicuous dent. What was the origin of this guy's pig-slaughtering knife? "This is the sky-splitting axe." Qin Feng gave the stone axe a domineering name and said, "The sky-splitting axe, as the name suggests, has the supreme power to split the heavens. I accidentally obtained it in a ruin. Your pig-slaughtering knife isn't bad either. It's actually not broken." Qin Feng glanced at him. "What kind of look is that?" "This is the sky-slaughtering knife." Jing Wui corrected him. He glanced at Tan Xian and said, "Then let's call it a stick. Sky-splitting axe, sky-slaughtering knife, a stick. Make it rhyme a little." Tan Xian's long spear trembled, and a fierce power spread out. "We are all pure-blooded. This bloodline does not worship the heavens or the earth. We have always been going against the heavens. My spear is the sky-slaughtering spear that does not worship the heavens. That's right. Our bloodline does not worship the heavens." Jing Wui also became serious. He said, "Qin Feng, the names we randomly came up with are really appropriate. Sky-splitting axe, sky-slaughtering knife, sky-slaughtering spear. If the heavens dare to stop us, we will directly chop, kill, and slaughter. The humiliation our ancestors suffered will also be avenged one by one. Sky-splitting axe." Qin Feng looked at the stone axe in his hand and sneered in his heart. The names they randomly came up with were somewhat similar. If they did not worship the heavens or the earth, and if the heavens and earth did not allow it, then they would chop, kill, and slaughter. Give me some more time. When the time comes, I will kill my way out. His spiritual force had broken through to the spirit-detecting realm, but Qin Feng's spiritual force had not. In these 2 years, he had not slacked off on the cultivation and comprehension of his spiritual force. Through the divine force disk and the yin-yang integration formation, he had a faint premonition that his spiritual force had reached the peak of the initial rank. Perhaps he could officially enter the earth rank. A month later, a strange and powerful energy fluctuation came from here. Qin Feng's spiritual force had finally broken through and reached the earth rank. Once one's spiritual force reached the earth rank, it was a bit amazing. Just like spiritual force, it was a qualitative leap. Moreover, with the increase in spiritual force, there was no doubt that the fierce tiger formation and the yin-yang integration formation's power had greatly increased. Especially the yin-yang integration formation, Qin Feng felt that it was very powerful. It should be able to kill a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator, and this was under the condition that he didn't have enough yang energy. Moreover, The number of spiritual force vortexes had increased exponentially. Now he could condense a total of 30 spiritual force vortexes. If they were made into spiritual force runes, the power would be terrifying. It has to be said that they only had 20 spiritual force runes that could injure a spirit detecting realm cultivator. Now that he had increased it to 30, no one in the spirit detecting realm would be able to withstand it. This would be his most terrifying weapon at the moment. The only drawback was that it had a short time, and refining 3 was already his limit. If he wanted to continue, he would need a rest for at least a month or 2. Take this. If you use it well, it should be able to make a small heaven realm cultivator suffer. Qin Feng handed 2 pieces of refined iron to Tan Xian and Jing Wui. This is the spiritual force rune you refined. Tan Xian touched the refined iron and said, "You can refine a spiritual force rune with earth-rank spiritual force that is even stronger than a heaven-rank spiritual force master's. Truly amazing. It's just the ancestors' protection." Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. "However, I estimate that it will only be effective for a month, or even less. With this, we won't be afraid, even if we encounter a small heaven realm cultivator in the capital." Jing Wui laughed without any pretense, and even asked if he could give him a few more pieces. Qin Feng could only roll his eyes. 3 is my limit. If I continue, it will affect my spiritual force. We have been here for almost 2 months. It's time to leave. Chapter 266. It's different when we meet again. The heavens and earth seemed to have sensed it and started to distort. Then, the three's visions started to blur, and in the blink of an eye, they had returned to the first floor of the Dark Tower. "You've reached perfection?" The mechanical voice slowly sounded. The 3 of them nodded, then knelt down on one knee at the same time and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. "Go, all of you. I hope we will have the chance to meet again in the future." The small pagoda trembled, and a deep and ancient voice came out. "In the past, has anyone from our lineage successfully passed the 3 trials?" Tan Xian asked. "Yes, but very few." Small Tower replied, "Unfortunately, no one has ever returned. It is too difficult for our bloodline. Even if we manage to leave, we will suffer endless pursuit. Thus, remember, if you do not have absolute strength to protect yourself, do not reveal that you are the pure-blooded bloodline." The 3 of them nodded and bowed respectfully to Small Tower. "Let's leave." The small pagoda released a gentle radiance that surrounded the 3 of them. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in the heavenly forest's dead swamp. In the distance, the dark, evil tower was gradually engulfed by the thick fog and disappeared. "We will come back another day." Looking at the disappearing dark, evil tower, the 3 of them swore in their hearts. At the same time, they felt a bit sad. Their bloodline was actually forced to such a miserable state, not even daring to admit their identity. After a long time, the 3 of them calmed down. Now that they were not completely out of danger, they could not be careless. "I wonder if the Tiger Knight is still here." Jing Wui whispered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Let's get out of here first. If he's still around, we'll just kill him. Let's make things clear first. You can split the 3 white rank wolf rider however you want, but that tiger rider is mine. The premise is that you can resist the fake Emperor Pagoda. My deicide isn't called deicide for nothing. With the help of my ancestors, it has been reborn." The 3 of them sprinted all the way and quickly rushed out of the heavenly forest death swamp. Looking up, he didn't see the figures of the Tiger Knight and the others. He was slightly regretful. This guy is too impatient. Jing Wui cursed in his heart, his stomach full of displeasure. He was still thinking about how to get back at him, but the other party had already disappeared. "I didn't expect you to be able to walk out from there." What a surprise. However, just as they were about to leave, an ice-cold voice with a hint of surprise and shock suddenly rang out. Hearing the familiar voice, the 3 of them were overjoyed. This guy really didn't leave. Raising his head, he indeed saw a dozen figures flying over from the distant sky. It was the group of Tiger Knights. However, there were even more people. 2 Tiger Knights and 10 white rank wolf rider. I didn't expect you to be the ones who killed His Highness, the seventh prince. The Tiger Knight from before was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Only after that did he find out that the seventh prince had died. In addition, when he thought of the scene when he met the three people, he realized that the seventh prince had died at the hands of these three people. The death of a prince was a huge matter, and he was the seventh prince's guard. His serious dereliction of duty was a capital offense, so he didn't dare to go back. Instead, he contacted the other guards who had come out with the seventh prince. Since the seventh prince had been killed, they couldn't escape death. They could only think of a way to capture the three murderers and bring them back to the imperial capital. However, the three of them had hidden in the dark, evil tower. With the terrifying and treacherous nature of the tower, it was still a question whether they could survive. After waiting for many days, they didn't see them come out, so they guessed that the three of them had died from shock. However, they didn't dare to go back, so they could only wander around here, hoping that the three of them could come out alive. It had been almost 2 months. Originally, they didn't have any hope and planned to hide their identities. They didn't expect that they would come out today and meet them head-on. When they met, their eyes immediately turned red. If the seventh prince hadn't been killed by these three people, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. The Tiger Knight, white rank wolf rider, had a very high status in the imperial capital. In the end, they could only live a miserable life in this godforsaken place. Don't kill them. Capture them alive. The Tiger Knight roared. Fierce spiritual energy rushed out. Want to capture the three people. However, the result shocked him. He was actually sent flying. Moreover, there was only one person attacking. What was going on? Tan Xian held his spear and pointed it at the ground. A fierce aura spread out from his body. Tiger Knight, come and die. You're actually psychic. The Tiger Knight was shocked. It hadn't even been 2 months, but this person had already reached the spirit detecting realm. This was too terrifying. Black Tiger, fight with me. The Tiger Knight summoned his Black Tiger because he sensed how terrifying this young man was. He might not be a match for him alone. The other Tiger Knight also summoned his own mount. Roar. 2 tiger roars came from the forest, followed by an explosion of black light. 2 black tigers flapped the wings on their backs and whistled through the air, bringing with them a fierce wind. Dragon suppression. With a whoosh, Qin Feng blocked in front of the 2 black tigers and released the dragon suppression. In an instant, the dragon suppression spread out. The 2 black tigers tensed up and instinctively felt fear. The dragon suppression could reveal the dragon suppression and suppress all spirit beasts with impure bloodlines. As the 2 black tigers trembled, 2 spiritual spears shot out from Qin Feng's mind. They instantly pierced through the 2 black tigers' foreheads and killed them. Once a Tiger Knight had the support of a 4th-rank spirit beast, their battle power would increase exponentially. It would be very troublesome if they didn't kill them. Only he could complete this mission. Spiritual power was specialized in suppressing spirit beasts, and the dragon suppression was also specialized in suppressing spirit beasts. With these 2 methods, even if it was a spirit beast 1 rank higher, Qin Feng would have a way to deal with it. The 2 black tigers were killed at the same time, which shocked the 2 Tiger Knights. Their mounts were also comparable to spirit-detecting realm experts. Even if the opponent was a spiritual power master, the difference was too great. It was impossible for him to do this. This is an Earth-rank spiritual power master. Finally, they sensed the fluctuation of Qin Feng's spiritual power. Of course, most of it was just guessing. They obtained a great opportunity in the dark, evil tower. At this time, they finally reacted. The 3 of them had all broken through to spirit-detecting realm in less than 2 months. They definitely encountered a heaven-defying opportunity. Kill. At this time, there was no other way. They could only fight with their lives on the line. Tan Xian's spear exploded with a dazzling light as it fiercely pierced towards the Tiger Knight. Boom! The air exploded from the pressure, and the fierce spirit power spread out. The Tiger Knight retreated. The arm that was holding the blade was trembling violently. Blood gushed out from the web between his thumb and index finger. His face was filled with shock. The opponent had just entered spirit detecting realm, but was actually so terrifying. Kill! He roared and rushed over. He knew that if he couldn't kidnap the real culprit, they wouldn't be able to live. He could only fight with his life on the line. On the other side, Qin Feng was just about to fight with the other Tiger Knight when Jing Wui quickly blocked in front of him. He raised D aside and directly slashed at the Tiger Knight, forcing him to retreat. Whether it was a Wolf Rider or a Tiger Knight, once they lost their mount, their battle power would be greatly reduced. Chapter 267. Times have changed. Qin Feng looked at the 10 white rank Wolf Rider and sneered. White rank Wolf Rider. He walked over casually, not looking like he was going to fight at all. He didn't even use his spiritual energy to kill the 10 white wolves. Of the 10 white rank Wolf Rider, 5 of them were at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, and the 10 white wolves were at the peak of the early stage of rank 4. In total, they were equal to 15 early stage spirit detecting realm and 5 mid-stage spirit detecting realm. This kind of strength would have been a devastating disaster for them in the past. But now, they were no longer the same as before. They had obtained their own inheritances, and after 2 years of hard work, they had all reached a very powerful level. Qin Feng wanted to test where the limits of his current combat strength were. All of you, come at me together. Don't waste my time. He crossed his arms and looked at the 10 white rank Wolf Rider with disdain. Roar! Kill! The giant wolves howled, and the Wolf Rider roared as they charged over. Facing an attack that even a late-stage spirit-detecting realm expert would have to take seriously, Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes, and his spiritual energy spread out from his mind. With him, as the center, his spiritual energy spread out in all directions. In an instant, it reached the 10 Wolf Rider and the giant wolves. Their bodies trembled violently, and the giant wolves almost fell to the ground. This was still Qin Feng not borrowing the power of the spiritual outer coffin, or else it would have been even more powerful. With the discovery of the yin and yang energy of his spiritual energy was even more powerful than before. Especially after successfully refining the underworld pill, it stimulated the yin energy in his body and resonated with his spiritual energy, forming an even purer yin energy. This yin energy was the same as spirit energy and contained a very strong yin energy. Spears, and all kinds of other weapons floated around him. Even if he stood still, just the spiritual weapons alone could block the attacks of the 10 Wolf Rider. This is a white rank Wolf Rider. Qin Feng sighed softly. Back then, when he first came into contact with Wolf Knights, they were only at the green rank, and he was already shocked by their power. At that time, the white rank Wolf Knights were undoubtedly unreachable and mythical existences in his eyes. But now he could kill such a Wolf Rider with a single hand. After 2 years in the Saint Ryuin and more than 2 years in the spiritual space, he had witnessed how a weak youth walked step by step onto the path of the strong. After playing for a while, Qin Feng also lost interest. The pressure of the dragon burst out, and the 10 giant wolves instantly felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. They shivered, and the spiritual weapon pierced through their heads. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. His skin tightened as he saw the opponent throw out a total of 10 spirit seals. Each of them had 1 spirit seal. But soon, Qin Feng relaxed. He, who had refined 30 spiritual whirlpools, could see the power of the spiritual runes they threw out with a single glance. The most they had was 19 spiritual whirlpools. Even if they were added together, they could only threaten a late-stage spirit-detecting cultivator. Great Desolate Battle Body. When the 10 spiritual seals exploded, Qin Feng activated the Great Desolate Battle Body. Chaotic light spots appeared on his body. Ping, ping, pang. The force of the impact hit his body, and sparks flew everywhere. It was as if iron weapons were hitting each other, and clanking sounds could be heard. The 10 Wolf Rider quickly retreated and let out a sigh of relief. The 10 spiritual seals should be enough to take this young man's life. Hee hee, just SOSO. Suddenly, Laughter was emitted from within the energy explosion. Immediately, a figure with chaotic light spots around him walked out. The 10 wolf riders' faces changed. They could still see the fierce shock wave rushing toward him, but it had no effect. "It's my turn to attack." Qin Feng grinned. He took a step forward and swept out his stone axe. Pucci! Pucci! The 2 wolf knights used their spears to block, but it was useless. Qin Feng's stone axe swept through them, and at the same time, it swept through their chests and sent them flying. While they were still in the air, they died. After killing 2 white rank wolf rider, Qin Feng turned to kill the other 8. Blade light, sword light, spear light bloomed, and blood soared into the sky. Blood splashed everywhere Qin Feng went. The stone axe swung, bringing with it an oppressive force. Those who were hit directly died, and those who were grazed also had their bones broken. In just 2 minutes, only 3 wolf rider at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm were still bitterly holding on. Kill! If I don't die, we will die. They were worthy of being people who had experienced the bloody chaos. They had survived the battlefield and had a strong fighting spirit. Even if they knew they were no match, they would not run away. They would fight to the death. The result was obvious. All 10 wolf rider had fallen. Qin Feng used his devouring power to devour their spiritual energy and the blood and qi of the giant wolf, turning them into his own spiritual energy. That's it. Qin Feng was slightly disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. He looked at the other 2 tiger riders. Under the fierce attacks of Tan Xian and Jing Wui, the 2 of them were at a disadvantage. They have just reached the spirit-detecting realm, but they are already invincible in this realm. Qin Feng sighed. These 2 were indeed very powerful and were not any weaker than him. However, it was understandable. Others in this realm would strengthen their bones and then reach the spirit-detecting realm, but they would strengthen their bodies and then reach the spirit-detecting realm. There is a fundamental difference. Even the strongest bones could not compare to a perfect body. Not to mention, these people had not even reached the spirit-detecting realm. Their foundation was much weaker than theirs. Adding on the fact that the tiger riders had lost their mounts, they had lost a leg. It was normal for Tan Xian and the others to have the upper hand. Qin Feng's eyes became hot. These 2 tiger riders were both at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm and were close to the peak. Their spirit energy was definitely stronger than the 10 white rank wolf rider. Boom! He directly made his move and appeared behind the tiger knight, who was fighting with Jing Wui like a ghost. He smashed the tiger knight with his axe, and the tiger knight was sent flying like a cannonball, creating a deep crack in the ground. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Jing Wui grimaced in anger. The people from the imperial capital will be here soon. We can't waste any time. Qin Feng rushed over and stepped on the tiger rider's back, causing his devouring ability to erupt. At this point in the 100 Calamity Heaven devouring art, once there is physical contact between the person being devoured and the user, they would lose the chance to resist. Of course, the difference couldn't be too great. Qin Feng effortlessly devoured the tiger rider's spirit energy. He let out a burp and recovered all the spirit energy he had used in the battle. What a monster! Jing Wui muttered. This was simply cheating. He could devour other people's spirit energy at any time and turn it into his own. If the difference wasn't too great, who could be his match? The remaining tiger rider was shocked. How long had it been? Now he was the only one left. Just how terrifying was the combat strength of these 3 youths? Heaven Emperor Pagoda! He shouted. He really couldn't take it anymore. These 3 people were not the same as before. Even if the imperial capital sensed them, he had to use the fake Heaven Emperor Pagoda, or else he would lose his life. Qin Feng and the others smiled and threw out their weapons at the same time. Chapter 268. Chapter 268, A Relentless Pursuit. The huge pseudo-Heaven Emperor Pagoda came crashing down with boundless pressure. The 3 people at the bottom of the tower were calm and composed. They were no longer the same as they were 2 months ago. Even if they relied on their own strength, they could still somewhat resist. The three disrespectful weapons flew out and collided with the fake Heaven Emperor Tower, causing it to tremble violently. The Tiger Knight was shocked. Even the fake Heaven Emperor Pagoda couldn't suppress the three of them. How is this possible? Even a small Heaven Realm expert would have to spend some time to escape after being suppressed. Under the attacks of the Slaughtering Heaven Spear, Slaughtering Heaven Blade, and Splitting Heaven Axe, the pseudo-Heaven Emperor Pagoda shook even more violently. Actually, in terms of weapon strength, the fake Heaven Emperor Pagoda was naturally much stronger than the Slaughtering Heaven Spear, Slaughtering Heaven Blade, and the Unsealed Stone Axe. The key was the person. Qin Feng and the other two were no longer the same as before. Putting aside their weapons, any one of them had the power to kill a Tiger Knight, not to mention the three of them working together. No matter how powerful the pseudo-Heaven Emperor Pagoda was, it would not work if the controller was not strong enough. With a boom, the fake Sky Emperor Pagoda was sent flying, and the Tiger Knight was also sent flying. With a flip of his hand, Qin Feng summoned the Savage Peak. He infused the yin and yang energy into it. Whoosh! He hurled it out, and the Savage Peak expanded like a mountain. It carried a terrifying force as it smashed into the fake Heaven Emperor Tower. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as a huge crack slowly appeared on the fake Sky Emperor Pagoda. Then, under the Tiger Knight's horrified gaze, it exploded into pieces. Countless tower fragments shot out in all directions. The Tiger Knight stared at the scene in a daze. His mind was blank. The fake Emperor's Pagoda was broken. How is that possible? Even a lesser Heaven Realm expert could not destroy the fake Heaven Emperor Tower, but this young man had done it. Qin Feng was also stunned. He didn't expect that the fake Heavenly Emperor Pagoda would be destroyed so quickly. In fact, if he thought about it carefully, it made sense. The Savage Peak required a strange yin and yang energy to be activated. He did not know what level the Savage Peak was. Previously, when he had not condensed his yin energy, he could use the Savage Peak to fight against the Chaotic Halberd. Now, his yin and yang energy had reached the required level. The strength of the Savage Peak was completely dependent on the purity of the yin and yang energy. "It's over, Tiger Knight." A cold and emotionless voice suddenly sounded, and the Tiger Knight immediately shivered. Just as he was about to retreat, his body suddenly stopped. A bloody hole the size of a fist appeared on his chest. His spiritual energy was gathering towards a young man who had appeared in front of him. In the end, the Tiger Knight fell down with deep unwillingness. After absorbing the spiritual energy of the Tiger Knight, Qin Feng's aura once again recovered to its peak. This caused Tan Xian and Jing Wui's gazes to become strange. This strange method of absorbing other people's spiritual energy and turning it into his own made him almost invincible in front of people with the same level of fighting strength. It's been more than 2 months. The matter of the seventh prince's death should have been settled by now. It's time for us to go back. As Jing Wui spoke, he looked at Qin Feng and asked, "What do you plan to do? Do you want to form the sun-shooting trio?" In response, Qin Feng shook his head and said, "The Saint Triuin's path of heaven is about to open. I must hurry back." "Fine." Tan Xian nodded and said, "Although our methods are different, our ultimate goal is to overthrow this cruel slavery system and seek justice for our ancestors. We'll meet again someday." The three separated. Tan Xian and Jing Wui continued to hide in the imperial capital, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Qin Feng, on the other hand, thought of a way to return to the Saint Ruin and use the path of heaven to leave this place. He thought that this matter was over and that the truth of the seventh prince's death would be buried forever. However, he still underestimated the methods of the imperial family. He also didn't understand how big of a wave the death of a prince would cause. The explosion of the fake Celestial Emperor Pagoda allowed the imperial family to sense that Qin Feng was still alive. Therefore, many decrees were issued that evening. Qin Feng is still alive near the Heavenly Forest's dead swamp. Anyone who can kill him will be able to choose any cultivation technique, battle skill, or treasure of the imperial family. Moreover, they will be specially trained. As long as the information is true, the person who provides the information will be granted a death exemption. Many decrees were issued from the imperial family, calling out to the world and shaking the world. Moreover, it was announced that regardless of identity, as long as one could provide information, they would be heavily rewarded. Even if they were a fugitive slave who had committed a serious crime, as long as they could provide useful information, not only would their crimes be pardoned, but their slave status would also be revoked. The imperial family had promised so many benefits. This was a must-kill order. Countless people in the imperial capital were boiling with passion. They wanted to kill Qin Feng, especially the young people, because the rewards were too generous. Needless to say, battle skills and cultivation techniques, just being specially trained was enough to tempt countless young people. Many people went out of the city in groups to look for Qin Feng. Various forces and families also sent people to inquire about the news. For a time, the imperial capital was surging, and countless people went out of the city. The three little sovereigns are on the move. When the news spread, it immediately caused quite a stir. People knew that with such good rewards, the three little sovereigns would make a move sooner or later, but they did not expect it to be so soon. Lung Wu and Shui, who have also appeared to hunt down Qin Feng. The other heavenly kings have also gone out in groups. Some heavenly kings, especially Lung Wu, have long been dissatisfied with Qin Feng in the Heavenly King Challenge competition. Now, under such temptation, a few of them can no longer sit still. Qin Feng's strength is no longer what it used to be. Even the seventh prince fell in his hands, and the dragon-slaying, god-slaying saber couldn't do anything to him. I'm afraid that even the three little sovereigns are no match for him. Of course, he doesn't have the strength. The truth has already been investigated. He teamed up with an elder expert to launch a surprise attack and kill the seventh prince. The imperial family has spent so much effort. This Qin Feng has no way to survive. Sigh. If he wasn't a slave, he would be a dragon among men. In the future, he will definitely soar through the 9 heavens. The imperial family wants to kill him. How will he have the chance to soar through the 9 heavens? Let's just wait and see when he dies. Humph. It's been almost 2 months. Even the imperial family is planning to give up. Who would have thought that this guy would be so suicidal? He ran out again and was even located by others. It would be unreasonable if he didn't die. I wonder who will be so lucky to catch him. The city was abuzz with discussion. No one was optimistic about Qin Feng. They thought that he would be killed in a short time. After all, there were so many people after him, and there was no lack of minor heavenly realm experts. No matter how heaven-defying Qin Feng was, he would not be able to survive. In fact, this was indeed the case. Even though Qin Feng was hiding during the day and traveling at night, he still encountered several waves of ambushes and struggled to kill his way out. He did not know how many people were chasing after him. In the end, he had no choice but to change direction. The imperial capital knows that I killed the seventh prince. After several ambushes, Qin Feng knew that the news of him killing the seventh prince had already spread out. It had even caused a bloody storm in the primitive land. According to incomplete statistics, in less than 2 months, the imperial capital had killed nearly 1 million slaves in order to find Qin Feng. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses were everywhere. When the emperor is angry, millions of corpses will fall. How cruel! Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Especially when he saw the tragedies in the human world, his heart was burning with anger. He wanted nothing more than to kill the imperial capital. Chapter 269. Divine Wrath. Qin Feng stood in the middle of the blood-stained land, looking at the small village that had just been massacred. Tears dripped down his face. Perhaps it was because of the bond of blood, or perhaps it was because he knew the cruelty of that time. His emotions were inexplicably complicated, and he wanted to shout. In the end, he controlled his emotions and did not chase after the cavalry. Instead, he entered the forest and headed towards St. Ryuin. On the way to St. Ryuin, There were countless people waiting to ambush him. It was impossible to pass. Pucci. After chopping off the head of the last person, Qinfeng quickly left this place and ran in another direction. Originally, he wanted to quickly break through the blockade and enter St. Ryuin, but the imperial capital was faster than him. They had set up powerful experts at every checkpoint. There was even one time, if he did not instinctively follow his instincts, he would have been blocked by a minor heavenly realm expert. Along the way, he did not know how many people he had killed, but the imperial family had ordered that the rewards were too generous. There were too many people chasing after him. What made Qin Feng's heart turn cold was that many slaves were also chasing after him, exposing his whereabouts. Revoking the slave record was no less than a rebirth for the enslaved. Many people could not control themselves. Some wanted to catch Qin Feng openly, while others wanted to do it secretly. The entire primitive land was in chaos. Slaves and cavalry from the imperial capital, as well as people from the major forces and families, were all over the thousands of miles around the imperial capital. Of course, there were even more slaves trying to think of ways to rescue Qin Feng. The students of the Holy Dragon Institute, as well as the upper echelons of the Holy Dragon Institute, had all moved out secretly. The other powers, some super cities, large, medium, and small towns were all trying to help Qin Feng. They obstructed the imperial capital's encirclement. Qin Feng's reappearance caused the anger of the imperial family, which had just subsided, to surge again. They continued to send out troops. Wolf Rider, Tiger Rider, and so on. Wherever they went, corpses were everywhere, and blood dyed the land. In just a few days, hundreds of thousands of people had died, and the slaughter was still ongoing. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky turned red as if they were on fire. The silver moon turned scarlet. Not long after, blood lightning struck down in many places. Many cavalrymen from the imperial capital were killed by the blood lightning. Blood lightning falling from the sky was an unprecedented phenomenon for many people. Many people thought that the end of the world was coming. However, it didn't take long for many people to realize that the blood lightning only repelled the executioners who slaughtered them. It didn't harm them at all. The heavens didn't abandon us. They are punishing these devils. The wrath of heaven is coming. Die, all of you, you cold-blooded executioners. The old people who knew some of the secrets were all laughing, pointing at the executioners who had been slaughtering them before, but were now smashed into pieces. They were laughing excitedly, laughing in despair. Dawn was welcomed in the darkness, but it was so sorrowful, making one feel despair. Many people had died in this massacre, never to return. Along the way, Qin Feng heard many similar voices, and his heart was filled with sorrow. Is it really the blessing of the heavens? The heavens have already abandoned us. He murmured softly, his tone sorrowful. He had already learned some secrets from the trip to the Dark Evil Tower. Although he still couldn't explain the phenomenon, he was sure that it was left behind by the ancestors. It was used to deter the descendants of their clan from being exterminated. The righteousness of the ancestors I dare not forget. The road to rise must be laid with those people as the cornerstone. The blood lightning lasted for a full hour before it gradually receded. The scarlet color that filled the sky also slowly dissipated. A waning moon appeared, and the silver moonlight poured down, illuminating the earth in a pale white. Many of the imperial cavalrymen died. Perhaps it was really the wrath of heaven, but the imperial family didn't do anything to the slaves. However, the pursuit of Qin Feng didn't stop. In fact, it became even more intense. Qin Feng, come with us to receive your punishment. In the distance, a few people walked over, their bodies surging with powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. 2 of them had stepped into the spirit detecting realm, while the other 3 were the peak of the bone strengthening realm. These people were from the Jin clan and the Zhou clan. They were the first wave to leave the city, especially the people from the Jin clan. They had already ordered that if they couldn't capture him alive, they would kill him immediately. They were almost certain that Jin Cheng's death was caused by Qin Feng. However, They didn't have enough evidence, and the situation was special at that time, so they didn't take action. But now, there was nothing to worry about. Qin Feng, come back to the Jin clan with me. Repent in front of the second young master's memorial tablet. Perhaps we can let you die quickly. A middle-aged man said coldly, his eyes filled with contempt, but they were burning with passion. Now, Qin Feng was in high demand. His value was too high, and for the Jin clan, he was even more attractive. Because the patriarch had already ordered that whoever could capture Qin Feng alive would become a core member of the Jin clan. Although his rank in the Jin clan was not low, he was only a guard with some status. If he could capture Qin Feng and bring him back to claim credit, his status in the Jin clan would definitely rise. You think you're worthy? Qin Feng stared at him coldly and directly attacked. At this point, there was nothing to say. He was in the imperial capital, and he and the royal family had long been mortal enemies. There was nothing to say. There was no room for reconciliation between the two sides. Only by killing those who were chasing after him would he be able to survive. No matter which family they were from, or whether they were from the royal family, as long as they came to kill him, he would kill them all. Capture you, you bastard! The middle-aged man shouted. Spiritual power surged out of his body and grabbed Qin Feng. But as soon as he made contact, his expression changed. Boom! As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, he was sent flying and coughed up blood. How did you? He was shocked. Wasn't Qin Feng only at the peak of the late stage of the bone-strengthening realm not long ago? How did he become so strong now? He had reached the spirit-detecting realm. The seventh prince died in my hands. Isn't that enough? Qin Feng sneered and charged forward. Let's attack together, the middle-aged man said to the people behind him. He knew that they had been careless. The news did not match. Qin Feng's combat strength was not as simple as the news said. He had already gained a spiritual connection. Pucci. But as soon as he spoke, Qin Feng flashed past him. The sky-splitter axe swept past, and the man's head was thrown high into the air before rolling down. Go! The other spirit-detecting realm expert saw Qin Feng's ferocity and turned pale with fright. He turned around and ran. Once such a young, peerless figure gained a spiritual connection, no one other than the late stage of the bone-strengthening realm would be his match. How could they fight when someone with the same strength as him was instantly killed? Swish! Swish! Qin Feng rushed over and waved the sky-splitter axe. The three people at the peak of the late stage of the bone-strengthening realm could not stop him. They were all beheaded. Qin Feng, let's talk nicely. The Zhou clan has no grudge with you, the man said as he retreated, looking for an escape route. But I want to kill you. Qin Feng did not waste time talking nonsense with him. He quickly rushed over. These people could be said to be the descendants of the executioners of the past. Happy to let them go. Chapter 270. Heroes come into being, I'll kill you. That person knew he couldn't escape, so he took out his sword and charged over. Clang! After 3 moves, Qin Feng cut him in half at the waist. The inheritance of the evil Dark Tower had greatly increased his strength, especially the true blood inheritance of the 3rd stage. It had completely improved his physique. This kind of improvement was far more overbearing and powerful than the bone consolidation of the bone-strengthening realm cultivators. Ordinary spirit-detecting cultivators, even late-stage spirit-detecting cultivators, couldn't fight back in front of him. This was the difference between a flawless spirit-detecting cultivator and a flawed spirit-detecting cultivator in the bone-strengthening realm. In the same realm, he could completely crush them. Only the strongest spirit-detecting cultivators in the bone-strengthening realm could pose a threat to him. After dealing with these people, Qin Feng didn't stop and disappeared into the dense forest. However, he had underestimated the imperial family's determination to kill him. With the imperial capital as the center, the surrounding 3,000 miles had been sealed off. There were people chasing him everywhere. As for the St. Ryuin, it was surrounded like an iron bucket. He couldn't even get close. The primitive continent is vast and boundless. I don't believe you can really reach the heavens. Qin Feng sneered and gave up on the idea of returning to the St. Ryu Inn. He wandered around the area and fought a guerrilla war. It had been a week since the imperial ranking was released. During this time, every place was restless, especially the imperial capital. In the past few days, countless people had been sent out, but they still hadn't found any trace of Qin Feng. On the contrary, many people who had been chasing him had died. Just the number of corpses that had been found was no less than 3 digits. There were even some spirit-detecting cultivators. This number made people's hair stand. How heaven-defying was Qin Feng? So many people had been chasing him, but he had killed so many of them. For a time, the entire imperial capital was shaken. Who can kill that demon? Could it be that none of the countless geniuses in the imperial capital can kill him? Many people in the imperial capital were angry and sullen. It was just a slave, but he had forced them to this point. They had sent out so many people, but they had still been killed. This situation was completely different from what they had imagined. It made them lose face, and their sense of superiority was impacted. It doesn't matter. He won't be able to jump around for long. Some of the 8 heavenly kings from the previous generation have already made their move. They will definitely be able to kill that demon. However, there were still people who remained optimistic. They believed that no matter how strong Qin Feng was, he would still be killed in the end. After all, the current 8 heavenly kings and the 3 little sovereigns were not the only people of the younger generation in the imperial capital. Although the position of heavenly king was obtained through challenges, there were very few who achieved it this way. Take the current heavenly king position, for example. Not all of them obtained it through successful challenges. Some of the young experts who were a few years older were already heavenly king level experts a few years ago. However, they were already invincible among the younger generation. The so-called heavenly king level was no longer attractive to them. In order to give other young people a chance, some people would take the initiative to withdraw from the heavenly king position. However, there is no doubt that these people were extremely powerful now. After all, they were once heavenly kings with extraordinary talent. If they were to take action, they would definitely be able to kill that devil Qin Feng. In a dark secret room, a figure sat quietly with his legs crossed. The faintly discernible spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards him. After a long while, the man opened his eyes with a whoosh. 2 cold rays of light shot out from his eyes. Old 7, third brother won't let you die in vain. In another luxurious building, the hall was decorated with gold and jade. Directly above, a young man sat upright. The young man held a wine cup, his eyes flashing. Old 4 can keep his composure. The young man had an extraordinary appearance. His eyes were long and narrow. He narrowed his eyes and drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. However, we can't wait any longer. If the credit is taken away by others, then Old 7's death will be meaningless. Outside the imperial palace, in a quiet bamboo forest, someone was dancing with a sword. Her movements were as light as a swallow, and her moves were as smooth as flowing water. It was full of beauty. On the side, a young man in a green robe stood indifferently. He had a smile on his face as he looked at the woman who was dancing with the sword. After a long time, the woman stopped. Seeing this, the young man walked over and said with a smile, "I heard that there is a very good slave outside. He is a disciple of the St. Ruin Heavenly Palace. Sister, are you interested in going out to take a look?" Qing Xian's expression was cold. Her skin was as white as snow. Her jade-like face glowed with a jade-like light. She had an ethereal beauty. "I heard that he killed a prince of the imperial palace. If we can catch him, perhaps we can get the last layer of the imperial sword technique." Hearing this, Qing Xian's cold eyes flickered a little, but it soon faded away. "Sister, the imperial palace has not passed the last layer of the imperial sword technique to us because we have not made any contributions." Seeing this, the young man became anxious and said, "Now the imperial palace is anxious. As long as we can catch that person, we will definitely get the last layer of the technique." Qing Xian's expression did not change. She said softly, "Qing Yuan, don't underestimate this person. He can kill the seventh prince who had the dragon-slaying, god-killing blade. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. We don't need to get involved in this mess. If I don't do it, you're not allowed to go either. Go and cultivate in seclusion. Our sword Tao is about being calm. Even if you can get the last layer of the imperial sword technique, if you can't calm your mind, you may not be able to cultivate it. Qing Yuan's eyes darkened for a moment. Then a light flashed through his eyes. He lowered his head and said, "Yes." After Qing Yuan left, Qing Xian sighed. She looked to the side and said softly, "Even if I don't do it, he may not be able to survive. I can only do so much. As for whether he can survive or not, it will depend on his own luck." A figure walked out. It was Lucio Deceives the Frost with a bitter smile on her face. When Qing Xian saw her, she also sighed softly. "You have done enough for your sister. I am just trying my best to solve her body's condition. Qin Feng may have a way. So, no matter what, I have to try." Saying this, Lucio Deceives the Frost looked at the direction where Qing Yuan disappeared. She said softly, "I am afraid your brother may not be able to keep his composure. If he can't keep his composure, it is only right to teach him a lesson." Qing Xian shook her head and smiled. After all, he was once a heavenly king. He still has ways to protect himself. Bang! In the forest, a huge boulder that weighed thousands of kilograms exploded. A small pagoda-like figure stood in the midst of the shattered rocks. Interesting, he chuckled. Carrying a black iron sword that was about the same size as him, he slowly left the place. Above the volcano, magma flowed. The terrifyingly high temperature caused the air here to constantly distort. On the surface of the magma, there was a huge rock protruding. A young man was sitting cross-legged on it. Around him, there were wisps of flames flowing. They were connected to the magma and were releasing a terrifying temperature. It is time for my fire cultivation to reappear. On this day, a sharp sword chi swept across the sky above the imperial capital. A figure, surrounded by countless sword chi, flew away on his sword. Heavens, is that the sword venerable's disciple? He also came out. Someone came out from the Beast Mountain to kill Qin Feng. That person from the Fire Spirit Mountain also seems to be making a move. Heavens, Zhang Shan Zhong, Fire Shi, and Qing Yuan are all coming out. Chapter 271. Chapter 271. Enemies often cross paths. Zhang Shanchong, Hua Shi, and Qing Yuan were the 8 young supremes of the previous generation. Moreover, they had all taken the initiative to abdicate, leaving the position of heavenly king to the younger generation. Although they had all stepped down from their heavenly king positions, their prestige in the hearts of the younger generation in the imperial capital was still very high. Perhaps because he had faded from the public eye, very few people mentioned him. However, their glorious deeds from back then would not be forgotten just because they had hidden themselves from the world. How could she forget that valiant young man who had the strength to pick up mountains and an unparalleled aura? A pair of iron fists and an iron sword struck fear into the hearts of many. No one dared to challenge him. He was Zhang Shanchong, representing the pinnacle of strength. Who could forget the youth who was taught by Heavenly Flame Reverend? He was born with the favor of fire, and his body was covered in flames that could burn everything. In the competition for the Heavenly King position, he had amazed everyone with a single brilliant feat. His superb control over fire had stunned everyone, forcing that Heavenly King expert to take the initiative to retreat. While he was sitting on the throne, no one dared to challenge his prestige. He was a fire cultivator. Once his flames appeared, the crowd would tremble in fear. Nobody has forgotten the peerless heaven's favorite who used only one sword to stand above the rest. With that sword in hand, the world was mine. That peerless demeanor of looking down on heroes still stirred up countless people. As long as I have one sword, I could defeat 10,000 enemies. This was his motto. He was one of the Gemini swords, and his attainments in swordsmanship could be said to be at the peak of perfection. Among his peers, it was difficult for anyone to reach his level. Although they had all withdrawn from the heavenly king position and faded from the eyes of the people, in the hearts of the people, they had long been crowned kings. Therefore, as long as they appeared, they would definitely receive the support of countless young people in the Heavenly King City. That kind of prestige would directly surpass the current 8 Heavenly Kings. The 3 old Heavenly Kings and the 3 young Supremes have appeared. That Devil Qin Feng's path has come to an end. Following the emergence of these people, his confidence, which had been thwarted by his previous setbacks, swelled once again. No one doubted that Qin Feng would be able to survive after these people appeared one after another. He would definitely be beaten up. In the imperial capital, when the people were cheering for the birth of these people, Qin Feng was wandering in the forest. He had to deal with the people who were chasing after him. Strolling through the forest, Qin Feng's body was smeared with dark green liquid. This way, not only could it conceal the unique smell of humans, but it could also hide him better. He had specially chosen this place. To the west was the Heavenly Forest's dead swamp, to the east was the life-forbidden zone, and to the east was the great desolate desert. To the north was a path that led to the 100,000 Bear Mountains. Once he encountered an undefeatable crisis, any direction would be his escape route. In the mountains, he dealt with these people. When he encountered small groups of people who were not strong in battle, he directly slaughtered them. When he encountered a large number of people and powerful forces, he would use the terrain and the beasts in the mountains to obstruct them. After a few days of fleeing, no one could seriously injure him, let alone capture him alive. Hiding on top of a giant tree, Qin Feng's eyes flickered for a moment as he looked down at the group of people passing by. In the end, he did not make a move. Among this group of people, there were 2 at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, 4 at the early stage, and a dozen at the peak of the late stage of the bone strengthening realm. Their overall strength was not weak. Of course, he could handle it. But in this area, the enemies chasing after him were relatively densely distributed. If he made a move, it would be very easy for him to expose his position and be surrounded. Running like this is not a solution. I have to find a way to return to the St. Ryu Inn. Qin Feng muttered with a trace of anxiety between his brows. A large area had been sealed off. He could use guerrilla warfare for a short period of time, but in the long term, the encirclement would definitely shrink. At that time, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Only the St. Ryu Inn could open the Heaven's Path. If he remembered correctly, the Heaven's Path would open in about 7 or 8 days. If he could not use the Heaven's Path to leave this place, it would be very dangerous. However, he also knew that the imperial capital knew that this was his only way out. Thus, all the passages leading to the St. Ryu Inn were heavily guarded. It was impossible to pass through. Many of the St. Ryu Inn's higher-ups were secretly tied down and could not rescue him in a short period of time. Qin Feng's expression was gloomy. After staying here for a while, he quickly changed his position to avoid being surrounded. I knew you were hiding in this area. We finally found you. Not long after Qin Feng left, he was blocked by a group of people. This was the group of people who walked past him earlier. Qin Feng, surrender obediently. You won't be able to escape. The group of people coldly shouted as they stared at him with cold eyes and circulated the spirit energy in their bodies. They clearly knew how powerful Qin Feng was. Even though they had the advantage, they did not dare to be careless. Qin Feng's expression was calm and did not panic. Kill! The group of people brandished their swords and charged forward. Facing the siege of more than 20 people, Qin Feng directly took out a spirit talisman and threw it out. Boom! The black iron essence exploded. Energy intertwined and spirit light flashed, enveloping the group of people. Immediately, many people directly exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed on the spot. This is a spirit talisman. Only the 2 people at the mid-stage of the spirit detecting realm had managed to escape by throwing out the people around them as shields. They had barely survived the shockwave, but they were also seriously injured. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. Pucci! Qin Feng rushed over. With a swing of his axe, the heads of the 2 were chopped off. Whoosh! However, before the second person's head rolled off, The signal flare in his hand also shot into the sky and exploded like fireworks. We found the demon's tracks. Following the signal in the sky that was like a firework, the forest suddenly erupted, and all the teams quickly moved over. Looking at the fireworks in the sky, Qin Feng's expression was gloomy. He hesitated for a moment and then sat down. He smeared his body with blood and lied down, pretending to be a corpse. Not long after, a cloud of dust rose from the surroundings, and the rumbling of footsteps came from all directions. A large number of people were chasing after them. This demon must be nearby. Everyone searched carefully. Looking at the ground full of corpses, these people were so angry that their bodies trembled and their faces were pale. They were all people from the imperial capital who had chased after Qin Feng, but they still had not seen his shadow. Instead, many of them had been killed. This made them extremely angry. They were angry and hateful, but they also felt helpless. That demon was too cunning and very good at hiding. His attacks were very clean, and he did not leave anyone alive. It was very difficult to determine his location. Everyone spread out and searched in all directions. Qin Feng quietly lay on the ground. The commotion around him gradually died down. He only opened his eyes when everyone had left the area. However, he did not get up. After lying down for another half an hour, he pushed away the corpses on top of him and got up. However, just as he got up, a few people walked over with cold, killing intent. Qin Feng looked at the people walking over with a gloomy expression. When he saw their faces, he was startled. These 4 people were actually the 8 heavenly kings. Among them, Jin Yin and Zhou Yin were also among them. The other 2 were Lung Wu and Shuehu. Chapter 272. Chapter 272, 4 heavenly kings Lung Wu, Shuehu, Jin Yin, and Zhou Yin were obviously shocked. It took them a while to react. When Qin Feng saw this scene, he was infuriated. Clearly, he understood that it wasn't that the other party was able to keep their composure. It was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Nothing could be a coincidence. This scene was definitely a coincidence. I didn't expect that after searching for you for so long, we would meet under such circumstances. Jin Yin and the others came back to their senses and sneered. They were really surprised. They chased after him all the way, but they didn't even see his shadow. Who would have thought that he would bump into it while strolling around? His luck was really out of this world. You dare to kill me with just the 4 of you? Qin Feng stared at them and said coldly, "Do you really think you're the only one who's improving?" Zhou Yin sneered. His aura surged, and it was clear that he had stepped into the spirit detecting realm. In order to kill you, I didn't dare to relax at all. Jin Yin stared at Qin Feng, his aura rising steadily, his robe flapping loudly. So, they have all reached this level. Hee, no wonder. Sensing the energy fluctuations coming from the 4 cultivators, Qin Feng chuckled. Other than Lung Wu and Shuehu, Jin Yin and Zhou Yin had also stepped into the spirit detecting realm. If it was just an ordinary breakthrough, facing 4 heavenly kings might indeed be a little difficult. Unfortunately, this was not an ordinary breakthrough. The true blood had already reshaped his entire body. It could be said to be perfect. In the bone-tempering realm, which was also the body-tempering realm, no one could compare to him. It could be said that under the minor heaven realm, Qin Feng didn't fear anyone. Let's attack together. Lung Wu and the others knew that Qin Feng was difficult to deal with, so they did not dare to be careless and attack together. What a pity, Qin Feng sighed softly. Under such circumstances, he did not want to engage in a bitter battle. However, he was already used to using the spiritual runes he created. He didn't have any left on him, so he could only fight head-on. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion of energy erupted in this area. The 4 heavenly kings attacked together. That kind of momentum was indeed somewhat terrifying. This was the strongest battle force Qin Feng had encountered since he had been chased. After all, these 4 were all spirit-detecting realm cultivators and were far stronger than normal spirit-detecting realm cultivators. However, he was not afraid. Even if he used his true strength, he was confident that he could kill a few people. All kinds of beast shadows roared out from his body and rushed toward them. In the past 2 years, he had improved a lot in the 10,000 beast summoning technique. How is this possible? The four of them were incomparably shocked. Even though they had joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage. This did not make sense. Qin Feng coldly attacked, killing without pause. Then, he used the divine dragon technique. The ferocious tiger in his left hand roared, and the azure dragon shook the world in his right hand. A pair of light wings spread out behind him, and a black tortoise appeared above him. Together, they charged forward, causing the four of them to continuously retreat. Golden annihilation, earth annihilation. Heart-devouring wave. Vanishing immortal slash. 8 desolation immemorial fist. None of them dared to be careless. They all unleashed their strongest attacks, wanting to kill Qin Feng. Roar. Qin Feng raised his hand, and the dragon tiger roared out. The ferocious tiger roared and opened its mouth, swallowing the sharp golden beam of light. The azure dragon wriggled and rushed into the blue wave, setting off monstrous waves. A ray of light shot out and landed on the huge red waterfall, destroying it. Boom! The huge fist shadow fell. The black tortoise shell above Qin Feng flickered, blocking the fist shadow. The place boiled. Spiritual energy crazily gushed out, and light flickered. Waves of incomparably powerful shock waves spread out, directly lifting up layer after layer of the soil on the ground. After a dozen breaths, the shock waves gradually subsided, and the scene inside gradually became clear. Lung Wu, Shui Hu, and the others looked over. When they saw Qin Feng standing there unharmed, their expressions changed. The four of them had joined forces, but they could not do anything to him. Just how strong was this guy now? They looked at each other, and their expressions were incomparably solemn. It's your turn to receive my attack. Qin Feng quickly formed a seal with his hands. Beast shadows roared out and quickly gathered in front of him. They intertwined with each other and finally converged into a fist-sized black bead. On the bead, various beast shadows appeared and wriggled. Vaguely, there seemed to be various beast roars coming from it. An extremely powerful fluctuation slowly spread out. Their expressions became more and more solemn. They looked at each other and released their strongest power. For powerful forces converged together and formed a huge shield of spirit energy. Looking at the four people who were waiting for him, Qin Feng sneered and looked at the black bead in his palm with anticipation in his eyes. This was a move that he had comprehended when he had just comprehended the 10,000 beast summoning method. It fused the attacks of the beasts summoned through a special summoning method together, balancing them at a point and finally detonating them. Qin Feng did not know how powerful it was, but he could give a try now. He flicked his finger. Go 10,000 beast heavenly bead. Whoosh! The black bead immediately turned into a ray of black light and shot out. In the air, there seemed to be the roars of beasts. Boom! The black bead heavily smashed into the spiritual energy shield, causing a loud explosion. The black bead was like a volcano erupting, and a terrifying power poured down. The ferocious beast shadows roared and tore at the spiritual energy shield. Crack! Cracks that could be seen with the naked eye gradually appeared on the spiritual power shield as the four people's expressions changed. Bang! In the end, the spiritual energy shield shattered, and the various beast shadows roared as they fell. Poochie! The four people were hit and were sent flying. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and suffered heavy injuries. How is this possible? Jin Yan's hair was disheveled as he muttered. They were all at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. So how could the other party be so strong? This guy is really strong. Zhou Yin's mouth was filled with bitterness. Back then, although they had lost, the difference wasn't that obvious. But now, even with the four of them working together, they couldn't block a single attack from the other party. The difference was too big. We are all at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm, and we are all at the spirit detecting realm. Why is he so strong? Lung Wu said in a low voice. His tone was filled with unwillingness and doubt. Why was the difference so big when they were at the same realm? They believed that their talent wasn't any worse than Qin Feng's. But why was the difference so big when they were at the same realm? Don't hold back anymore. Kill him together. Jin Yin roared. He flipped his hand, and a black token appeared in his hand. A strange fluctuation slowly spread out. The other three all nodded when they saw this. A stone Buddha appeared in Zhou Yin's hand. It was engraved with runes. Lung Wu and Shui, who each had a container in their hands. There was no doubt that these four were all powerful spiritual runes. Spiritual runes formed from 28 spiritual energy vortexes. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. A spiritual rune of this level could definitely heavily injure a late-stage spirit detecting realm expert. No matter how strong you are, can you block 4 spiritual runes that can heavily injure a late-stage spirit detecting realm expert? Jin Yin sneered and threw out the token in his hand. At the same time, Zhou Yin and the other two also threw their spiritual runes at Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng's muscles tightened. The impact of 4 spiritual runes with 28 spiritual energy vortexes was too great. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.